para apoyar la transición ecológica planetaria y caminemos juntos hacia una verdadera justicia climática y ambiental. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Gracias a todos ustedes por la atención a nuestro anuncio.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my great pleasure to welcome my President, His Excellency, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, President of Serbia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear Sarah, at the very beginning, I feel obliged to thank Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Her Majesty's government for exceptional hospitality. I feel privileged to represent the Republic of Serbia at this important place and at the highest level World Forum in working on the most important topic of today, promoting climate awareness. We all agree that we must make investment into climate and environment. We all likewise agree that future generations must be educated in order not to repeat the mistakes we made by hurting the only planet that makes life possible. I'm very honored that the Republic of Serbia is co-chairing this year's conference as a non-EU representative of the Eastern Europe group. In concrete terms, we see a special contribution of our expert team in finalizing negotiations on implementation of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which refers to establishment of global market and non-market mechanisms for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as to remaining provisions referring to advanced transparency framework and common timeframes for nationally determined contributions, which are the key provisions of the agreement that have not yet been covered by the decision that is to be adopted by the conference, i.e. all member states. We therefore believe that this is an exceptional opportunity for Serbia to give its full contribution to finalization of negotiations, which we hope will secure full implementation of the Paris Agreement. As a result of strong economic development modeled for Serbia by 2050, the impact of implementation of climate measures to employment will be optimal through new jobs creation and creation of new industries which have not existed so far. €1 billion was raised at the first green bonds auction in Serbia, which clearly confirms trust of international investors to our green agenda, but also to economic and political stability of our country. Incomes from green bonds issuance will be used for financing renewables, energy efficiency, sustainable water management, prevention of pollution, and circular economy development and biodiversity preservation. And as you can see, dear friends, my people made a terrific speech for me, but I'm going to add a few more words and a few more questions for those that are coming from big powers and that haven't answered yet on several questions. Number one is how we're going to finance all these activities. We heard the story of trillions of dollars that are at our disposal. My question would be, what would be the interest rate? What would be the terms for taking these amounts of money? And actually, how are we going to tackle that issue? Number two, how are we going to treat nuclear power plants? Are we going to shut them all, or we are going to build them more? Then, how are we going to build more renewables if we already started endorsing populist movements against wind parks, new hydropower plants, and are we going to put in jeopardy the level of our public debt to GDP ratio if we raise huge amounts of money? How are we going to treat natural gas, and how are we going to secure decent prices of natural gas, electricity power as well? And I came here using electric car from Edinburgh to Glasgow, but how are we going to do mining and refining of lithium, nickel, cobalt, and many, many other very important minerals? At the end, we all know what is our final aim, what is our final target, but it's not a fairy tale. We'll have to work a lot, we'll have to be 100% dedicated, and we'll have to be more honest to each other. Health of people living in Serbia depends directly on implementation of this agenda, just like health and life of each living being on Earth depends on arrangements that will be reached here and on national implementation of the respective arrangements. The great William Shakespeare wrote that the earth has music for those who listen. Perhaps it is the right time to listen and hear cry of the Mother Earth, because if we lose this race against time, our children will inherit irreparably polluted planet. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, dear President, once again. Thanks again.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Serene Highness Hereditary Prince Alois of Liechtenstein. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear Mrs. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by expressing my gratitude to the government of the United Kingdom for their huge efforts to welcome all of us in Glasgow and to assure the continuity of international climate diplomacy at times of global pandemic. The fact that so many of us are present at highest possible political level is a proof of the importance and urgency of the topic. Our meeting today is much more than just a conference about climate change. It is a conference about the future of our planet, the future of our states and of mankind. It is our moral duty to ensure a livable planet and a healthy environment for future generations. Every state can and must contribute, and so does Liechtenstein. We recognize the urgent need to protect biodiversity and to take early action to reduce vulnerability to the massive effects of climate change. Liechtenstein therefore supports the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some of us have argued that reducing greenhouse gas emissions while achieving economic and social well-being is incompatible. Liechtenstein can serve as an example to prove the opposite. Since 1990, our population has grown by more than 1/3, and our GDP has more than quadrupled. Nevertheless, Liechtenstein will achieve the Kyoto target 2020 and reduce its greenhouse gas emissions to the level well below those of 1990. Greenhouse gas emissions per capita are among the lowest in Europe, despite the fact that Liechtenstein is one of the most industrialized countries in the world. It is therefore possible to decouple economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to make this happen, consistent investment in innovative technologies to boost renewable energies and to increase energy efficiency is essential. However, we need to go beyond those achievements. Liechtenstein is committed to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and supports the developing countries in their effort to improve mitigation actions and adaptation to climate change. Supporting the Green Climate Fund is a key element of our financial engagement. And the government is committed to further increase climate finance for next year with a focus on the humanitarian sector. In that sense, I urge all states to increase our ambitions and follow through with implementation. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sadir Zaparov, President of Kyrgyzstan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Урматтуу мамлекет жана өкмөт башчылары, урматтуу Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун башкы катчысы, урматтуу төрага. Сөзүмдүн башында учурдагы пандемиялык кыйын кырдаалда конференция өткөрүп жаткандыгы үчүн Улуу Британия менен Италия өкмөттөрүнө ыраазычылык билдиремин. Бүгүн бүткүл дүйнө жүзү сыяктуу эле Кыргызстан Глазго саммитинин чечимдерин күтүп жатабыз. Акыркы жылдары өлкөбүздүн табияты жана калкыбыз климаттын өзгөрүүсүнүн терс кесепеттерин кадимкидей сезе баштады. Ошондуктан Кыргызстан Париж келишиминин духун жана максаттарын актай тургандыгын билдирип кетемин. Аны ишке ашыруудагы татаал кыйынчылыктарга карабай, биз позитивдүү маанайдабыз. Климаттын өзгөрүүсүн басаңдатууга, глобалдык өнөктүккө, анын ичинде Кыргызстандын 2030 жылга чейинки улуттук аныкталган саясатынын алкагында жоопкерчиликтүү жана ар тараптуу катышууну улантабыз. Урматтуу делегация башчылары, Кыргызстан 2030 жылга парник газдарынын эмиссиясын 44%-га кыскартуу максатын коюп жатабыз. Бүгүнкү күндө дүйнөлүк эмиссиянын түзүмүндө биздин өлкөнүн үлүшү анча чоң эмес. Болжол менен 0,3%-ды түзөт. Ал эми эмиссиянын табияты өндүрүштүк эмес, адамдардын жашоосуна байланышкан. Башкача айтканда, антропогендик мүнөзгө ээ. Биздин эсептөөлөргө караганда, климаттын өзгөрүүсүнүн токтотууга багытталган орто мөөнөттүү шашылыш чараларды ишке ашыруу үчүн 7 миллиард АКШ долларын талап кылат. 2050 жылга чейин Кыргызстан өнүгүүнүн жашыл платформасында көмүртексиз жетишүүгө аракет кылабыз. Биз табиятка зыян келтирбестен, өнөр жай тармагын жана турак жай коммуналдык секторун көмүртектик энергия булактарынан биринчи кезекте көмүр жана мазутту колдонуудан арылтып, аны электр энергиясына толук өткөрүү үчүн кичи жана орто гидроэлектр станцияларын куруу боюнча долбоорлорду ишке ашырууну баштадык. Бүгүнкү күндө 10 чукул кичи жана орто гидроэлектр станциялары курулуп жатат. Айрымдары жакында эле ишке берилди, жарым жартылайы келе жаткан жылдын акырына барып ишке киргизилет. Париж келишиминин духуна ылайык, мен өнүккөн өлкөлөрдүн инвесторлорун гидроэнергетикалык тармакта, анын ичинде мамлекеттик жеке өнөктөштүк принциптеринин негизинде өз ара пайдалуу кызматташууга чакырамын. Прогрессивдүү технологиялар, инновациялар жана ноу-хау болбосо, Кыргызстан үчүн пландаштырылган мөөнөттө жашыл экономикалык өсүшкө жана көмүртексиз жашоого жетүү кыйын болот. Буга байланыштуу бардык кызыктар тараптарды биринчи кезекте эл аралык көп тараптуу банктарды, климаттык фонддорду жана корпорацияларды биз менен тыгыз иштешүүгө чакырамын. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, Кыргызстан үчүн кылымдардан бери келе жаткан мөңгүлөрдү, суу ресурстарын жана улуу тоолорду климаттын өзгөрүүсүнөн гана эмес, экономикалык абийирсиз ишмердүүлүктөн сактап калуу өтө маанилүү. Тилекке каршы Кыргызстанда мындай прецеденттер бар. Ошондуктан мен дүйнөлүк коомчулукту мындай бизнес практикасына биргелешип каршы турууга чакырамын. Ыңгайлашуу программалары жана долбоорлору айыл чарба, суу ресурстары, энергетика, өнөр жай, өзгөчө кырдаалдар, калктын саламаттыгы, токойлор жана биотүрдүүлүк сыяктуу аялуу секторлордо ишке ашырылат. Биздин өлкөнүн 94% тоолор экенин эске алсак, алдыдагы иштердин масштабы биздин өлкөдө эбегейсиз зор. Аларды ишке ашыруу үчүн дээрлик 3 миллиард АКШ долларын талап кылат. Саммиттин урматтуу катышуучулары, климаттын өзгөрүүсүнүн терс таасирине байланыштуу мен айткан көйгөйлөр көп жагынан тоолуу өлкөлөргө мүнөздүү. Аларды чечүү үчүн өкмөттөргө, анын ичинде Кыргызстандын өкмөтүнө тышкы жардамдар зарыл. Буга байланыштуу биз Глазгонун чечимдерине муктаж, өнүгүп келе жаткан тоолуу өлкөлөр үчүн өзүнчө максаттуу каржылоону сунуштайбыз. Атап айтканда, биз мөңгүлөрдү, токойлорду жана биологиялык көптүрдүүлүктү сактоого, табигый кырсыктарга даярдыкты жакшыртууга, тоолуу айылдарга да жашаган жамааттарга, айрыкча аялдарга жана балдарга социалдык экономикалык колдоо көрсөтүүгө басым жасоо менен климаттын өзгөрүшүнө ыңгайлаштыруу боюнча максаттуу программаларды ишке ашыруу үчүн Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун калкасында атайын фонд түзүүнү сунуштайбыз. Узак жана кооз сүйлөгөндөрдүн доору өттү, максаттуу, ырааттуу жана натыйжалуу аракет кылууга убакыт келди. Сөзүмдүн соңунда биргелешкен аракеттер аркылуу гана көйгөйлөрүбүздү чече аларыбызды баса белгилегим келет. Көңүл бурганыңыздар үчүн рахмат.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Santoki, President of Suriname. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leaders of the world, good morning. We have gathered again to demonstrate that collectively we can achieve and set out a path towards sustainable development. In doing so, we must be realistic, forward-looking, and balanced in our intentions. We must be realistic because by signing the Paris Agreement in 2015, almost the entire world agreed to keep the expected rise in temperature well below 2 centigrade and preferably below 1.5 centigrade. I cannot express my profound disappointment that neither the financial support nor the mitigation measures and the reduction of emissions promised in 2015 have been realized. Countries with low-lying coastal areas like Suriname and the small island developing states are amongst the most vulnerable countries, yet these countries receive no more than 2% of global climate finance between 2016 and 2018. The compassion demonstrated in 2015 seems to be lost, and these countries are in no way responsible for the devastating triggers of climate change, are facing mounting fiscal and debt problems caused by inter alia climate loss and damage. These countries are also facing the financial and social impact of the enduring COVID-19 pandemic. We have to look forward because the future is now. We have no choice than to act now in a cooperative and collective manner. Only by working together we'll be able to face the challenges of climate change. The people and the private sector have embraced the objectives of climate mitigation and adaptation policies. There is widespread support for the transition towards a green economy. Let us agree on the mechanisms that will support countries, especially the small island developing states and the country with low-lying coastal areas like Suriname in making this transition. We must be innovative in our thinking. Our dreams of carbon emission reduction will not just happen because we want it. We will need to continue investing in developing carbon reduction, end-user products, and more cost-effective carbon removal technologies. We must have also a balanced approach because we must recognize the different levels of development in a historical perspective. We see double standards creeping in our thinking, whereby those who have already benefited from carbon-driven economies would like to prevent emerging economies to lay similar foundation for the political stability, social development, and economic prosperity. we also must realize that all the good intentions will mean less or nothing if not underpinned by new concessional financing. Existing financial instruments must be reviewed regarding their efficiency and effectiveness. Suriname is a carbon-negative nation during difficult times, and many temptations so far has managed to retain 93% of its forest cover, its wide range of ecosystems, and its rich biodiversity. And we remain committed to maintain this commitment, as we have demonstrated by endorsing the Glasgow Declaration on Forests and Land Use. We see our commitment as a moral, developmental, and environmental investment for which appropriate compensation means and mechanisms need to be created to support sustainable transition in a green economy based on renewable energy sources. Our ambitious NDCs identify 4 sectors that generate 70% of Suriname's emissions, while at the same time they generate most income for the people of our country. Madam Chair, Suriname, being one of the few carbon-negative countries in the world, has taken bold steps to identify mitigation and adaptation measures to build resilience to counteract this effect of climate change and to reduce emissions while continuing to conserve our biodiversity and strengthening sustainable forest management. We hope that the world recognizes our efforts and support us while we create a new architecture of green development where nature and modern development exist in harmony. Suriname remains committed to the Paris Agreement, and with its limited means will continue to protect and preserve and maintain our forests and biodiversity in a positive and balanced manner. Madam Chair, we expect the same commitment for all those gathered here today and those who are not here. Our decisions and commitments must be global, forceful, trustworthy, but above all, realistic and supported by political will and financial means. Leaders, our youth is waiting to see what we decide to create, a secure and sustainable future, and what we leave them behind to build on. No doubt, an enormous task, but we owe it to this and next generations, and with collective will, we can save the world. Let we express leadership, let we take responsibility, and let we make the difference to save our planet. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of Tanzania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of COP26, it is with great pleasure and honor I take this podium to address the scourge of our time, the climate change. We in Tanzania have not been spared by these events. Sea level rise is eating at arable land. Our pride, the Mount Kilimanjaro, is drastically becoming bald due to glacier melting. And we're experiencing unpredictable floods and droughts. We're experiencing all these despite our resolve to dedicate 48 million hectares to forest conservation as global service to carbon sequestration. Our exotic and beautiful archipelago of Zanzibar is struggling with temperature rises, saltwater intrusion, and inundation, thus impacting its tourism ecology. Excellencies, what does all this mean to a poor country like Tanzania? It means 30% of our GDP that comes from agriculture, forestry, and fisheries is not sustainable. Sadly, the big resolve and robust steps to combat causes and effects of climate change are still low-paced. The Paris goal of achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius is yet to be made, while more commitment are required. We in Tanzania are determined to take swift actions, as our inaction means risking our development agenda and prosperity. We have in place the National Climate Change Response Strategy and the National Determined Contributions aimed at reducing greenhouse gases emission economy-wide between 30 and 35 by 2030. On mitigation front, through hydro, geothermal, and solar, we have managed to increase power generation and thus increasing access rate from 43% in 2017 to almost 70% in 2020. Our reforestation rate increased from 25 to 27 in 2020, with every year planting on average of 276 million trees. Excellencies, if we developing countries have shown such leadership, why large emitting countries are lagging behind? The IPCC AR6 has clearly explained the scope and magnitude of the climate change impacts. We know what is required, and we know that if the world will not act accordingly, the countries like ours with low adaptive capacity have no options but to brace for more devastating impacts. However, what we all ought to remember is when the drastic climate changes hit, it will choose no location, might or weak, poor or rich country. And so we call upon an urgent unlocking of a climate financing that will trigger planned targets and implementation of the NDC. The time to act is now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Zuzana Čaputova, President of Slovakia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COP has met several times since we agreed in Paris to reach net zero by mid-century. Yet the science is very clear. We are nowhere near this goal. Glasgow is make or break for the planet. We must double down on our efforts to cut emissions and mitigate the impact of the climate crisis. If we fail, the only thing to discuss at the future COPs will be the irreversible devastation of our planet and its habitats. This scenario is just about avoidable, but so far we seem to be failing to prevent it. The young generation understand this. In my own country, Slovakia, 42% of young people are very worried about the climate crisis. 73% think humanity has failed to look after our planet. 2/3 find politicians' actions to address the climate crisis disappointing. A recent study carried out in a number of other countries has shown that 40% of young people consider not having children because of the climate crisis. It's clear. The next generation knows we are running out of time, and we as political leaders have run out of excuses. I am glad that as the European Union, we are doing what's needed, reducing our emissions by at least 55% by 2030, becoming the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, and helping developing countries do the same. Slovakia's own emissions are down by 46% compared to 1990 levels, with methane reduced by more than half. Our electricity mix is already 80% low on carbon, and from 2023, we will not use coal to produce electricity. 43% of our post-pandemic recovery funds will support sustainable green transition in transport, industry, or buildings, while not leaving the most vulnerable behind. We know that this alone will not prevent the worst-case scenarios. It takes truly global action, not just by the EU and the rest of the developed world, although we do shoulder a special responsibility. We must all do our fair share, including those states whose top representatives are not in Glasgow. This also applies to climate finance. In 2019-2023, Slovakia is doubling our voluntary contribution to the Green Climate Fund. Excellencies, the carbon footprint of the planes we arrived on cannot be the only output from this year's COP. We must turn the Paris commitments into credible delivery and real CO2 reductions. We have different starting points and paths for the development, but we do have one shared goal, preserving our planet. Let's act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Ioannis, President of Romania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is no denial that climate change is a tremendous challenge and that we need to show ambition in addressing it. From 1989 to 2019, Romania's greenhouse gas emissions decreased by 64%. We have one of the lowest rates of emissions per capita in the European Union. Between 1990 and 2019, Romania has also reduced its CO2 emission intensity per unit of GDP by 77%, a percentage more than double the global average. But we are committed to do more. Further reducing emissions will be challenging, especially as we move closer to net zero. I want us to work together to develop, manufacture, and deploy new green technologies. Innovation is key. Among other Glasgow initiatives, Romania joins the US-driven Agriculture Innovative Mission for Climate. We also need to make sure that nobody is left behind in the process of green transition. Jobs are created and social inequalities reduced. Romania fully supports the European Union's leading efforts on climate change and is committed to contribute to the EU overall 55% emission reduction by 2030. We have already achieved this reduction rate nationally, and we are committed to keep cutting. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no silver bullet against climate change. A set of interconnected measures can help us deliver. We will harness the very force of nature. Romania has a solid share of renewable energy in its energy mix, with 40% of our electricity coming from renewable sources. We are committed to expand this share. We will fight climate change with nature-based solutions using 57,000 hectares of new forests in our recovery plan to capture carbon and combat desertification. We also need to channel the force of people in addressing climate change. Education is key to environmentally friendly behavior. We must advance education and research on climate change. Starting in 2023, Romania will host an innovative World Meteorological Organization Center that will help agricultural systems in Europe to better respond to climate change. The impact of climate change has no national borders. Let's join our forces in protecting the environment, making sure we leave future generations a greener and a safer planet. There is no time to lose. The time for action is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of Guyana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fate of civilization resides in the decisions we make here in Glasgow. The climate issue and crisis has given us an ultimatum. Either we take immediate and drastic action or subject ourselves to an infernal global disaster. Indifference and inaction will be costly. Already, we are far behind in limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The coming decade, therefore, must be the decade of decisive action. Climate change affects us all, rich, poor, developed, and developing states. But its effects are more severe on the poorest and most vulnerable, especially small island developing states and low-lying coastal states. For us, it is a question of survival. We can use this summit to change the present trajectory. Immediate action is needed on three fronts. First, we must set more ambitious goals to reduce emissions, and we must honor to the letter those ambitions. All countries have an obligation to act, but the world's foremost polluters have a greater duty to institute steeper emissions cut. Second, the pledge of US $100 billion per annum, made 1 decade ago, to support climate action must be met. Dishonored pledges are a recipe for disaster. Third, forests constitute a powerful arsenal in the fight against climate change. Forest-rich countries must be provided with the incentives necessary to keep their forests intact and to reduce deforestation and forest degradation. Mindful that deforestation contributes 16% to annual global emissions, and in recognition of the ecosystem and climate services provided by forests, it is imperative that we finalize the rules for carbon markets and REDD+, so as to properly value tropical forests and the climate services which they provide. My country, Guyana, is already playing its part in addressing climate change and will continue to do so. We'll maintain our forests, almost the size of England and Scotland combined, storing 20 gigatons of carbon as a global asset. We'll work with local communities in conserving, protecting, and sustainably managing our forests, biodiversity, and freshwater supplies. We'll decouple economic growth and emissions through a progressively cleaner energy mix with the aim of reducing our carbon emissions by 70% by 2030. We'll invest in low-carbon opportunities for jobs, ecosystem services, social inclusion through an expanded low-carbon development strategy. We are at a historic moment in our civilization. History must not judge us as having only counted our losses. It must instead herald our effort to confront one of our planet's greatest threats, climate change. In this regard, Guyana is prepared to work with the international community for collective action. We support the position of CARICOM and are aligned with the Alliance for Small Island States, AOSIS, the Community of Latin America and Caribbean States, CELAC, the Letitia Pact, the Dhaka Glasgow Declaration, and the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forests and Land Use, among others. Though we recently became an oil producer, we support the removal of subsidies from fossil fuel production and advocate a strong global carbon price. Let future generations say, when it mattered the most, we made a difference. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of Lithuania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Lithuania is committed to be a part of the global solution. As nature is declining at unprecedented rate, it is time for us to come together as a humankind. Big and small, north and south, rich and poor, we must all change our ways and stop the climate crisis that leads to biodiversity loss and threats to public health. Lithuania knows that crises come with opportunities. We know the power of change. We know very well power of change. 10 years ago, we transformed our heating sector by switching from natural gas to sustainable indigenous biomass. We kept more money in the people's pockets, and we also reduced pollution emissions while staying competitive. Today, Lithuania strongly supports international and European Union climate change goals. We have already reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 58%. Our plan, endorsed by the Parliament, is to go further, to decrease greenhouse gas emissions by 70% by 2030, compared to 1990 levels, and to cover at least 50% of our electricity needs from renewables. The whole Lithuanian economy will be climate neutral by 2050. As fossil fuel prices are reaching new highs, I see new opportunities. The Paris Agreement, together with the digitization drive, form a clear roadmap to achieve ambitious goals. New partnerships must be forged, both locally and internationally. That is why I called on Lithuanian municipalities, businesses, industries, NGOs, and every Lithuanian to join the Green Lithuania Declaration. My country also encourages closer regional cooperation and joint Baltic states' actions to tackle climate change and the deterioration of the Baltic Sea, and to better preserve the nature. As a global community, we should rethink the ways we produce and consume. For the industry production to leave no CO2 footprint, it needs to move closer to consumer markets. We should also pay more attention to compliance with the highest environmental and nuclear standards. Our technological shift should be sustainable and environmentally friendly. Fellow leaders, we all hold keys to a better future. Let us use them for global welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Haji Jainjob, President of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates. Climate change and the worsening ecological crisis obey no sovereign boundaries. COP26 is the international community's last chance to collectively overcome the disconnect between a divided international system and a global calamity that threatens us all. Namibia is taking transformative steps towards honoring this responsibility. Along with the world, Namibia is experiencing widespread and devastating impacts on key facets of our civilization, including severe droughts to devastating field fires, destroying large tracts of our agricultural land adversely, impacting livelihoods, human health, and well-being. For COP negotiations, there are critical objectives that are crucial to protect us all from the impacts of runaway climate change, breakdown of the biosphere, and the death of the world oceans. It is hard to overstate the urgency and consequences of getting this right. Namibia is committed to the following objectives for COP26. 1, we aim for a conclusion and adoption of the robust Article 6 at COP26. This critical step would provide the bedrock of an international carbon market mechanism necessary to drive funds to the places where emissions can be cut most effectively, to mobilize large-scale private investment for climate action, and to drive crucial innovation. Article 6 cannot wait for another COP. 2, Namibia supports the United Nations Secretary General's push to, quote-unquote, consign coal to history. Namibia will support the phasing out of coal in our region by significantly scaling up solar and wind energy to support domestic demand, whilst working with our neighbors to responsibly phase out existing coal generation in Southern African power pool, and transform our region's energy map. This is the single most important step to keeping Paris Agreement to 1.5 degrees. In our support For scaling up climate finance, we call for 100 million target for climate finance needs to be surpassed at the target. We have a clear roadmap on how the commitment amounts will be delivered. We ask for an increased volume of grants rather than loans to make it possible for emerging economies carrying the high debt burdens to kickstart transformative projects. Namibia has amplified its 2015 pledge in a national determined contributions. We now aspire to reduce our emissions by 91% before the end of this decade. These ambitions are matched by the highest level of political commitment. The green and blue economy, including green hydrogen industry, are cornerstones of our Harambee Prosperity Plan, launched March this year. Green economy initiatives such as our Southern Corridor Development Initiative will drive more sustainable post-COVID recovery. Tomorrow, we will announce how Namibia is unlocking our 5,700 square kilometers in our Karas region for the potential development of green hydrogen and ammonia assets, expected to double the region's employment and triple the installed renewable energy generation capacity for the entire country. We are taking these bold steps to enhance our energy security, carbonize our country, assist our regional and global peers to reduce their emissions and build a more resilient economy. The impacts of climate change continue to accelerate and deepen. In this context, we call on other countries to show the highest level of ambition and commitments possible. In closing, Namibia urges all COP negotiators to facilitate the Paris rulebook, take meaningful action in areas of consigning coal to history, lay the foundations of international carbon markets, and honor and exceed financial commitment made. I grew up praying for the serenity to accept the things I could not change, so to courage to change the things in my control, and the wisdom to know the difference between the two. Climate change is something we can all change. Let's muster courage and do that. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Egilis Levits, President of Latvia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, let me begin by thanking the United Kingdom and Prime Minister Boris Johnson for leadership as our host and co-president of COP26. It has been 6 years since we all took up commitments in Paris. We know that collectively we are not on track to meet them. There is no time to lose. Keeping the 1.5 degrees target within reach is a must. It is a minimum that COP26 should deliver. My country, Latvia, is no exception in experiencing the increasing effects of climate change. Within almost 500 kilometers of coastline, we are keenly aware of coastal erosion risks. Extreme climate-related incidents in Europe are becoming more common. Latvia contributes only 0.02% of world greenhouse gas emissions. Yet we will uphold our commitments in this field at the national level, within the European Union, and in the UN framework. Mitigation efforts are urgently needed. This is a common task of national governments, international organizations, public and private sectors, our societies. Each individual is a crucial stakeholder. We must persuade our national constituencies that going green can bring greater prosperity and security. A new mindset is required. Changes in our behavior and a transition to a green economy are in long-term interests of humankind. All too often, support for climate-friendly policies is in words only. To a certain extent, I observe this in my country too. We like to believe we are naturally green-minded. True, a high percentage of Latvia's energy mix comes from renewables. More than half of our land is covered by forest. Our greenhouse gas emissions per capita have decreased by more than a third since 1990. Yet, I often mean resistance to proactive steps that would decrease our reliance on fossil fuels. There is still much to be done, especially in the fields of energy, transport, and agriculture. While we work towards limiting climate change, adaptation is also essential. Necessary changes may create social challenges. Certain individuals, groups, and nations will be in the short and medium term suffer losses. The concerns of those who mistrust and refuse to accept the climate agenda must be answered. In order to promote reform, it is necessary to create mechanisms which would at least partially offset their losses. Crucially, such mechanisms need to be backed by adequate resources. Greater interaction between science and businesses is also urgently needed. Scaling up of investments in green technologies is key to sustainable growth. A robust framework of rules to ensure environmental integrity of the system and promote ambition must be an outcome of this COP26. This includes rules on transparency as well on markets. We must also be able to move beyond pledges and tackle the fine print now. How will the transition work in practice? Who is going to pay for it? Who is going to carry the heaviest burden? Mr. President, as you have rightly said, we have no choice but to deliver. The call to action is loud and clear, especially from our youth. For them, climate change is an existential threat. They are right to demand our leadership. I, as President of Latvia, will do my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nikos Anastasiades, President of Cyprus. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to convey my deep appreciation and sincere congratulations to the United Kingdom for hosting COP26, as well as the Secretariat of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change for organizing this extremely important and timely conference for challenges associated with climate change. Challenges that are global and can only be mitigated if we all act together with a sense of urgency and joint commitment towards enhancing collective action and accelerating global transformation to a low carbon and climate resilient society. Our target towards this goal was clearly identified 6 years ago at COP21 in Paris, when we collectively pledged to cut greenhouse emissions as to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared with the pre-industrial times. However, currently, and we have to be honest so as to strengthen our efforts in fulfilling our promises, there is no sign that we are growing back greener, since not only planetary warming is accelerating, but we are witnessing around the globe protracted heat waves, devastating fires and deforestation, increased water scarcity, droughts, floods, and extreme weather patterns. That is why I have no doubt that COP26 can and should prove to be the historic milestone in the efforts to address the said devastating impacts by ensuring the highest possible commitment from all participating or from all countries in a way that is fair, efficient and transparent, whilst maintaining solidarity towards vulnerable countries that will be severely affected. For these exact reasons, Cyprus fully endorses and supports the initiatives and declarations of COP26, namely the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use, the Global Goal to Clean Power Transition Statement, the Declaration on Accelerating Transition to 100% Zero Emissions Cars and Vans, as well as the US initiative, the Global Methane Pledge Initiative, and the Greening Government Initiative. Further, in addition to our commitment to adhering to the targets of the said declarations and initiatives, Cyprus also remains fully committed to take all necessary measures to achieve the Paris Agreement and the EU targets, with the aim of achieving a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. To this end, and as a first step in accomplishing these ambitious but highly needed goals, my country will allocate more than €500 million up to 2026, adopting new policies and measures as regards using cleaner fuels such as natural gas and renewable energy sources, and promoting necessary investments in the relevant areas of transport, agriculture, industry, land use, and forestry and waste management. Distinguished friends, as a small country, we do acknowledge that our national contribution towards tackling the impact of climate change is indeed limited. We therefore seek to enhance regional cooperation through coordinated synergies and sharing best practices, taking into account that the Mediterranean and Middle East is classified as a global climate change hotspot. Within this framework, we have undertaken the initiative of developing a regional action plan with the involvement of more than 240 scientists from our wide region, as well as various international organizations who are already preparing policy recommendations, measures, and specific solutions. With the finalization of the scientific part of the action plan, which will establish the foundations of our future steps, within the coming months, we will hold a ministerial meeting and later a leader summit that will initiate appropriate coordination and monitoring mechanism for the implementation of our commitments. Distinguished friends, we are compelled, and people expect from us to take on urgent action to address the climate change, and I'm certain that you will agree with me that the time to act is upon us. Our vision should be none other than to look to the future with optimism and to use the climate challenge as an opportunity to proudly demonstrate what all countries, what humanity can achieve when join forces. I have no doubt that by decisively cooperating and acting together with unity and greater urgency, we will be able to overcome the dire consequences of a warming planet and bring forward the necessary changes for a sustainable future, so as for our generation and the coming ones to enjoy better health and living conditions, improve their quality, and the green environment. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alberto Fernandez, President of Argentina. Your Excellency, please, you have the floor.
Buenos días, muchas gracias. La crisis sanitaria de la pandemia no hizo más que desnudar una crisis mucho mayor de insostenibilidad y desequilibrio que afecta al ambiente, la sociedad y la economía. Esta triple crisis amplió las brechas preexistentes entre países y entre personas. El impacto sobre los recursos y bienes naturales comunes ha superado todos los límites y exigen desafíos concretos que deben ser atendidos. En este escenario, países como Argentina constituyen a través de su ecosistema un sostén a los medios de vida de todo el planeta, al tiempo que contribuyen de modo decisivo a la seguridad alimentaria mundial. Los aportes concretos que debemos comprometer deben inscribirse en el marco del principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero bien diferenciadas. Estos aportes deben estar acompañados por medios para su implementación, que no permitan una transición hacia una economía limpia, con menos carbono y resiliente a los impactos del cambio climático. La Argentina reafirma su compromiso con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el cambio climático y su Acuerdo de París y adopta la lucha contra el cambio climático como política de Estado. Elevamos nuestra contribución determinada nacional un 27% respecto a la del 2016. Presentamos como parte de nuestros compromisos una segunda comunicación de adaptación con metas y alineamientos y necesidades para abordar esa agenda. Asumimos el compromiso de favorecer la inversión y el desarrollo de encadenamientos productivos nacionales para avanzar con una matriz energética inclusiva, estable, soberana, sostenible y federal. Impulsamos un complejo productor y exportador de hidrógeno como nuevo vector energético. En el marco legal hemos enviado al Parlamento un proyecto de ley sobre electromovilidad. Adoptaremos medidas profundas para erradicar la deforestación ilegal, tipificándola como delito ambiental, y enviaremos a nuestro Parlamento un nuevo proyecto de ley de presupuestos mínimos de protección ambiental de bosques nativos. En la dimensión cultural, estamos promoviendo el tratamiento de la Ley Federal de Educación Ambiental. Se trata de compromisos tangibles y concretos. Como he manifestado en varias oportunidades, para avanzar con la agenda de transformaciones necesarias, debemos crear mecanismos de pagos por servicios ecosistémicos, canje de deuda por acción climática e instalar el concepto de deuda ambiental. Es necesario aplicar la emisión de derechos especiales de giro del Fondo Monetario Internacional a un gran pacto de solidaridad ambiental que incluya a los países de bajos ingresos y renta media y que sirva para extender los plazos de las deudas y la aplicación de menores tasas. Debemos fortalecer el multilateralismo ambiental e impulsar la capitalización de los bancos regionales de desarrollo. Llamamos a cumplir los compromisos y obligaciones asumidas por las economías desarrolladas y garantizar el acceso a los 100.000 millones de dólares destinados a impulsar la acción climática. La Argentina no tiene intención de que esta COP quede solo en palabras. Por eso proponemos la creación de un comité político y técnico sobre financiamiento climático con representación equitativa de países desarrollados y países en desarrollo que trabaje en la definición de una hoja de ruta sobre cómo movilizar los fondos necesarios, que reconozca el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas y que tenga en cuenta el endeudamiento y las limitaciones estructurales, así como las necesidades de bienestar social. Es momento de actuar. Hagámoslo juntos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Mr. Julius Maada Bio, President of Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me from the outset thank Italy and the United Kingdom for convening this global community and mobilizing concerted and collective global efforts to discuss and act on the single universal existential threat of our time, climate change. Sierra Leone has the most diverse ecosystem in the world. Inland wetlands and forests across 4 main relief regions, about 15,000 plant species, the most diverse fish stock along the west coast of Africa, and 761 species of animals, of mammals and birds. But we are highly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Rapid biodiversity, tree cover loss, and the attendant threats to human habitat, health, food, and water security. As a consequence, other fallouts like poverty, gender disparities, and youth unemployment are intensifying, especially in the COVID-19 era. We are doing the very best we can under the circumstances. We are fully committed to all international agreements and actions to develop a climate-resilient future. We have established a stand-alone Ministry of the Environment and recently reviewed and updated our nationally determined contribution, National Climate Change Policy, and National Climate Change Strategy and Action Plans. We have identified environmental pressure points, and we are implementing coherent mitigation and adaptation strategies. Within our limited resources, we have underscored climate change action in national development planning and budgeting processes in alignment with outcomes derived from the UNFCCC process. We have enhanced the conversation. We have enhanced the conservation and protection of natural habitats and ecosystems, improved meteorological services, integrated water resource management and community-based adaptation strategies in the agriculture sector, and promoted climate change risk management. We are promoting alternative renewable energy in off-grid solar networks and stepping up tree planting to restore 960,000 hectares of depleted forest. We believe that establishing a green economy should focus on restoring and protecting, investing in and consuming sustainably, and being accountable and inclusive. As Prime Minister Boris Johnson recently stated, it is indeed right and lucrative to be green. And we want to work collectively towards that goal. But good climate policies and ambitions alone, such as ours in Sierra Leone, may however fall short. Additionally, Due to high debt servicing, Sierra Leone lacks the fiscal space to scale up investment in climate change actions. We therefore agree with Kermit the Frog that being African and being one of the least developed countries, it is not easy being green. We need technical support to introduce or implement enabling regulatory and structural reforms. My government is eager to work with partners to further ease the investment climate, co-create projects, and map out incentives for potential green and ESG investments. We urgently need investment in digital infrastructure and technology if we are to acquire better GIS data, improve marine conservation and management, promote nature-based solutions, and just rural transitions to sustainable agriculture, introduce climate-smart agriculture, and food systems that preserve our forests and provide high yields, and improve seeds for farmers. We stand ready to invest in green energy sources with smaller environmental footprints. We have introduced some off-grid solar electrification to some towns, but we need to expand those investment to other towns and make them even more affordable. Cheaper and affordable solar systems will expand energy access to more Sierra Leoneans around the country. We should also invest in affordable, competitively priced, low-carbon energy sources for cooking and other domestic uses in order to avoid the indiscriminate felling of trees for firewood and charcoal. We need to invest in green urban planning, sustainable urban waste management, green mass transit transportation systems, and stricter emissions testing and enforcement to reduce emission footprints. We need the technical and vocational training to support the growth of jobs created as a consequence of these investments. But more importantly, we believe sustained investment in equitable education will prepare young people and women, especially, to respond to climate challenges, help consolidate the gains we will make from foregoing investments, and build a more inclusive and resilient future. We need support from global climate financing streams. Africa has access to less than 5% of global climate financing. We also need the support of larger economies and the international financial community to de-risk private capital and green investments. At this conference and beyond, Sierra Leone is determined to engage and explore all possibilities, ideas, and partnerships to achieve our collective global goal. It may not be easy being green, but we in Sierra Leone are determined to be green. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, President of Denmark. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have two paths in front of us. The first one leads to a future destroyed by climate change. Extreme weather events, rising sea levels, wildfires, and heat waves. That is where we are headed right now. The other path leads to a green, sustainable future, clean energy, clean air, green jobs, and better lives. It is not a real choice. The green future is the only way forward, and we all need to ramp up ambitions. Denmark have decided to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 70% in 2030. Our experience shows that green transition can go hand in hand with sustainable growth, jobs, and welfare. Of course, all countries need a fair chance, and all countries need to take responsibility. The richest countries have to deliver on climate finance. Therefore, Denmark aims to mobilize at least 1% of the promised $100 billion by 2023. And 60% of Denmark's climate aid will help the most vulnerable nations adapt to climate change. Now I will speak on behalf of the Faroe Islands and Greenland. As a self-governing country in the Kingdom of Denmark, Faroe Islands have their own climate policy. The government is now preparing their climate contribution according to the Paris Agreement. This includes ambitious carbon reduction goals set by the National Parliament early next year. The green transition of the Faroe Islands includes a conversion to 100% renewable electric production by 2030. Greenland is a self-governing Arctic country of the Kingdom of Denmark. In Greenland, as you all know, dramatic climate changes are already visible. This affects the livelihood and biodiversity in Greenland. Greenland has taken an important step to halt all new oil and gas exploration licenses. In a few years, 90% of electricity produced in Greenland will be sustainable. The Prime Minister of Greenland has informed me on the government's decision to enter the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to choose our future, a brighter, greener future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ivan Duque, President of Colombia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días, señores presidentes, excelencias. Quiero empezar mi intervención con una pregunta. ¿Qué espera el mundo de nosotros en esta cumbre? La crisis climática que afrontamos es el reto más grande de nuestra existencia. Y esta crisis climática se traduce en más desastres naturales, más inundaciones, el aumento de los niveles del mar, la erosión costera, la destrucción de glaciales y nevados y el aumento de las temperaturas que también llevan a que se expandan las enfermedades transmisibles. Sobre esta base, tenemos que actuar ya, tenemos que actuar ahora. Y el mundo no espera nada menos que determinemos con claridad que no vamos a retroceder, que nuestro esfuerzo tiene que llevar a que para el año 2030, como mínimo, tengamos una reducción del 45% en las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Y quiero también ser claro, el mundo no espera nada menos de nosotros que mantengamos la meta de los 1.5 grados centígrados. Eso no es negociable. Sobre esto, es muy importante hacer referencia a que no pueden existir en este momento disputas entre países, a que no pueden presentarse manifestaciones de desconfianza entre nosotros, porque sencillamente no existe un planeta B. Por eso Colombia llega a este encuentro con un mensaje claro y diáfano. Colombia representa el 0.6% de las emisiones de gases efecto invernadero. Pero Colombia es uno de los 20 países más amenazados por la crisis climática. Por esa misma razón, nosotros como nación hemos asumido un reto grande y es el de actuar con firmeza y con determinación. Hoy venimos a esta cumbre para manifestar que Colombia reducirá en 51% sus emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero de cara al año 2030 y que alcanzará la carbono neutralidad para el año 2050. También podemos decir con orgullo que hemos suscrito el compromiso de tener el 30% de nuestro territorio como áreas protegidas para el año 2030, pero no vamos a esperar hasta el año 2030. En el año 2022 tendremos el 30% de nuestro territorio declarado como área protegida. Y lo hacemos porque también hemos asumido un reto claro. Hemos multiplicado por 100 veces la capacidad instalada de energías renovables no convencionales. Hemos sembrado 120 millones de árboles que estarán siendo efectivos en el mes de diciembre de este año para cumplir la meta de los 180 millones de árboles que nos propusimos como objetivo para agosto del año 2022. Hemos asumido también el reto de tener una nueva ley que sanciona con claridad los delitos ambientales. Y además estamos promoviendo los contratos de conservación natural y uniéndonos a que podamos tener con otros países el área marina de mayor protección en el mundo. Colombia, apreciados jefes de Estado, asume estos retos. Y si un país como Colombia, que tan solo representa el 0.6% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, toma esta determinación, ¿por qué no hacen lo propio los países que más han contribuido a esta crisis climática? Esta es una reflexión que tenemos que asumirla como nuestro mayor reto moral, como nuestro mayor reto existencial. Y no podemos salir de esta COP sin darle al mundo una respuesta concreta. Y es que esta cumbre tiene que ser recordada como el momento de inflexión donde el mundo dijo ya basta de discursos vacíos y podamos entre todos materializar la manera clara como enfrentamos la crisis climática y como le damos de nuevo la esperanza a las generaciones que reclaman lo mejor de nosotros. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Lourenço, President of Angola. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelências, senhores chefes de Estado e de Governo, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, é com elevada honra que me dirijo à 26ª Conferência das Partes da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas. A República de Angola considera as alterações climáticas um dos maiores desafios que enfrenta a humanidade, pelo conjunto de efeitos diretos e indiretos que causam a vida econômica e social das nações, facto que constitui um verdadeiro desafio ao desenvolvimento. Abraçamos a causa da proteção e repovoamento dos mangais através de uma campanha nacional de replantação de mudas de mangue ao longo da extensa orla marítima nacional. Privilegiamos a produção e consumo de energia limpa proveniente das barragens hidroelétricas existentes e de outras por construir, assim como nas fontes renováveis de energia, com destaque para projetos de produção de energia fotovoltaica com parques solares que vão reduzir o consumo de combustíveis fósseis na produção de energia elétrica. Atualmente, a matriz energética nacional já incorpora 62% de fontes não poluentes de energia, ambicionando chegar a 70% em 2025. Acabamos de firmar em Washington, D.C., com o ICCF, Fundo Internacional de Conservação, um convênio para a conservação dos parques do Luanga, Luiana e Mavinga, para a proteção da vida selvagem animal e vegetal e o desenvolvimento do turismo internacional sustentado. Aprovamos a Estratégia Nacional para as Alterações Climáticas 2021-2035, almejando alcançar os objetivos preconizados no Acordo de Paris. Angola aprovou mais recentemente um importante pacote legislativo ambiental, instrumentos que serão determinantes na luta contra as alterações climáticas. Angola está alinhada com os consensos internacionais do desenvolvimento sustentável, incluindo o África 2063, em consonância com os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável. Excelências, Angola definiu a sua contribuição concretizada na redução da intensidade de carbono na produção de energia elétrica num horizonte até 2025 e ações complementares no domínio da gestão sustentável das florestas, transportes e agricultura. Foram igualmente identificadas ações de adaptação relacionadas com a melhoria da resiliência climática das nossas comunidades e a proteção de investimentos sociais e econômicos. Reiteramos aqui a firme vontade e determinação de Angola continuar comprometida com a ação climática e com a adoção de um modelo de desenvolvimento de baixo carbono. Muito obrigado pela atenção.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, climate change is the greatest threat to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. It has enormous impact on the fundamentals required for our survival on Earth, and that is why we have converged in Glasgow. Even though we in Africa are the least of the contributors to this phenomenon, responsible for less than 4% of the global volume of carbon emissions, we suffer the most because our agrarian and resource-driven economies are peculiarly susceptible to the effects of climate change, and our capacity to withhold its shocks is weak. Agriculture, water, energy, and the extraction of mineral resources are essential drivers of developments in our countries, but at the same time are characteristically sensitive to changing climate. The African Development Bank has stated that the continent will need some $3 trillion United States dollars in mitigation and adaptation by 2030 to enable us to implement our nationally determined contributions. The obvious question arises as how do we in Africa finance these commitments, especially as our socio-economic development continues, unfortunately, to be low. The Almighty has blessed our lands with abundant natural resources, and it would be wholly unfair for the world to demand that Africa abandons the exploitation of these same resources needed to finance our development and help us to cope better with the threat of climate change at a time when many countries on the continent have only just discovered them. The development and industrialization of the wealthy nations of today were also hinged on the exploitation of their natural resources. This development came at the expense of pollution and the emission of greenhouse gases. Even today, the Western world is responsible for 76% of carbon emissions. Ghana acknowledges the importance and effects of climate change and the urgent need to combat it, and we acknowledge equally the importance of protecting our development. We believe that a balance must be struck and maintained between our social, economic, and environmental imperatives. We're naturally very disappointed by the failure of the wealthy nations to honor their commitments of making available $100 billion annually to the poorer countries to assist us in the fight against climate change, and by the unavailability of the technology transfer that will help us find sustainable ways of charting a path out of this existential crisis. Those same nations are, however, insisting that we abandon the opportunity for rapid development of our economies. That would be tantamount to enshrining in the global community inequality of the highest order, a totally unacceptable conclusion. We must find a solution that is equitable and fair, a solution that levels the playing field, a solution that recognizes the historical imbalances between the high emitters and low emitters. Ghana therefore supports the call for debt for climate swaps, which will address a multitude of issues in one fell swoop. Let us use this summit as a turning point to create a more prosperous, greener, and fairer world, which maintains the balance between the social, economic, and environmental requirements of all nations of the earth, rich and poor. Success in this endeavor is the greatest inheritance we can leave for current and future generations. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, the President of Madagascar. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, Monsieur le Président de la COP26, honorable assistance, les décideurs du monde entier sont réunis ici à Glasgow pour œuvrer à préserver l'avenir de l'humanité tout entière. Le réchauffement climatique n'épargne aucune nation. Les séries d'incendies, de sécheresses et d'inondations ont frappé plusieurs pays en Europe, en Amérique du Nord, en Asie du Sud et en Afrique. Et en conséquence, et surtout les conséquences sont désastreuses et particulièrement pour le sud de Madagascar qui fait face à une famine causée par le changement climatique. Plus d'1,3 million de Malagasy sont dans une situation de détresse alimentaire. En effet, l'absence de pluie depuis des années consécutives a rendu impossible toute activité de subsistance. Mes compatriotes endurent le tribut d'une crise climatique à laquelle ils n'ont pas participé. Pour lutter contre cette injustice, Madagascar mise sur le développement de projets structurants pour apporter un changement radical et durable, notamment par la construction d'un grand pipeline pour alimenter en eau les terres et la population dans le sud de mon pays. Chers leaders, frères et sœurs, nos forêts sont les poumons de notre planète et aujourd'hui ce patrimoine forestier mondial est en voie de disparition. Plus particulièrement en Afrique et à Madagascar où nous subissons une déforestation rapide. Les forêts sont comme sur des sables mouvants, détruites par l'homme, elles disparaissent à grande vitesse et se transforment en désert. Chaque année, 3 900 000 hectares de forêts disparaissent en Afrique. Les principaux moteurs de la déforestation sont l'utilisation et la transformation de bois en charbon. 90% des ménages africains utilisent encore du charbon de bois pour cuire leurs repas. Pour obtenir 10 kg de charbon, il faut 100 kg de bois. Donc vous imaginez, ainsi donc, chaque année, une famille détruit 1 hectare de forêt afin de subvenir à ses besoins. Comment stopper ce désastre? Madagascar plaide pour une transition énergétique en Afrique à travers le financement de solutions alternatives qui se substitueront au charbon de bois en vulgarisant l'utilisation de réchauds à base de bioéthanol et de biogaz pour préserver nos forêts. Mesdames et messieurs, je suis convaincu que Madagascar, à l'image de l'Afrique, peut être la vitrine d'un développement vert et d'une émergence écologique. Il faut agir maintenant et c'est ici, à Glasgow, que cela doit être acté. Un seul mot, un seul geste, la volonté suivie d'action changera les choses. Ainsi, j'appelle les leaders du monde entier à accélérer la mobilisation des 100 milliards de dollars de l'accord de Paris afin de financer une politique de transition énergétique en Afrique. Il faut agir aujourd'hui, mais pas demain, ni attendre 2030. L'échec n'est pas une option. Nous devons réussir pour nous, pour notre nation et pour notre planète. La Terre qui nous a tout donné nous demande aujourd'hui de la sauver. Sauvons notre planète. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Zenko Komstric, the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Poštovani predsjednici, premijeri, članovi delegacija, predstavnici nevladinog sektora, dame i gospodo. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo što sam danas ovdje i što imam priliku pozdraviti sve vas na ovako značajnoj konferenciji posvećenoj klimatskim promjenama. Konferencija se održava u trenutku kada smo svakodnevno suočeni sa posljedicama pandemije kao i sa cijelim nizom klimatskih izazova koji pred nas stavljaju težak zadatak osiguranja budućnosti cijelog svijeta. Zato je važno postići zajednički dogovor na koji način ubrzati globalno djelovanje protiv klimatskih promjena kako bi se porast temperature zadržao ispod 1,5 stepeni Celzijusa, te spriječilo da klimatske promjene izmaknu kontroli. Izazovi su različiti za svaku od naših zemalja, ali bez obzira na to, neophodno je da u borbi sa klimatskom krizom budemo na istoj strani i djelujemo zajedno. Kao što je neophodno i da postavimo realne i ostvarive ciljeve, jer će za implementaciju biti potrebna značajna financijska sredstva, posebno u zemljama sa nižim GDP-em, kao što je i moja zemlja. Moja zemlja ulaže napore u smanjenju emisije stakleničkih gasova, ali ćemo u narednom periodu morati ulagati i više energije i novca kako bismo dostigli ciljeve koje smo postavili sami sebi. Zadovoljstvo mi je što danas mogu reći da je Bosna i Hercegovina u aprilu ove godine dostavila Okvirnoj konvenciji Ujedinjenih nacija o klimatskim promjenama svoj ažurirani utvrđeni doprinos, potvrđujući svoju opredjeljenost ispunjavanju Pariškog klimatskog sporazuma. Dostavljanjem ovog dokumenta Bosna i Hercegovina je jedna od prvih zemalja Zapadnog Balkana koja je usvojila ažurirani NDC sa planom smanjenja emisije gasova sa efektom staklene bašte i to za 33,2% do 2030. i skoro 66% do 2050. godine. U cilju ispunjenja ciljeva na prevenciji klimatskih promjena radimo i na omogućavanju tranzicije kao održivosti i stvaranju povoljnog okruženja za privlačenje investicija privatnog sektora u čistu i pristupačnu energiju. Biće nam potrebna značajna međunarodna pomoć kada je riječ o transferu tehnologije, uspostavljanju financijskih mehanizama za poticanje dekarbonizacije, kao i financijska podrška za projekte koji se odnose na klimatska pitanja. U cilju dekarbonizacije energetskog sektora u novembru 2020. godine Bosna i Hercegovina je potpisala Sofijsku deklaraciju, čime je preuzela obavezu da će zajedno sa Europskom unijom raditi na tome da Europa bude klimatski neutralan kontinent do 2050. godine. S tim u vezi, jedna od najvažnijih aktivnosti na kojoj trenutno radimo je izrada integrisanog energetskog klimatskog plana za period 2021-2030. Ovim dokumentom se usklađuju višestruki ciljevi i to ciljevi Europske unije u oblasti energetike i klime, Okvirne konvencije Ujedinjenih nacija o promjeni klime, Pariškog sporazuma i energetske zajednice. Naš bosansko-hercegovački plan definisat će ciljeve za povećanje mjera energetske efikasnosti, povećanju udjela obnovljivih izvora energije i smanjenja emisije stakleničkih gasova do 2030. godine, kao i potrebne politike i mjere za njihovo ostvarivanje. Cilj je da se odrede ambiciozni ciljevi za svaku od dimenzija plana za koje smatramo da je realno da budu dostignuti do 2030. godine, a koji će omogućiti dalji razvoj energetskog sektora Bosne i Hercegovine. Ovdje bih još naglasio da u okviru izrade nacionalnog energetskog i klimatskog plana Bosna i Hercegovina radi na izradi mape puta za tranziciju regiona bogatih ugljem. Takva tranzicija regiona bogatih ugljem i kompletnog energetskog sektora u Bosni i Hercegovini mora biti pravedna i omogućiti prelazak sa uglja na obnovljive izvore energije bez gubitka radnih mjesta. Kada je sektor energije u pitanju, za Bosnu i Hercegovinu je od najveće važnosti definisati načine financiranja energetske tranzicije. Energetska tranzicija zahtijevat će značajna ulaganja u tehnologiju i infrastrukturu sa niskim udjelom ugljika. U tom smislu Bosna i Hercegovina će kao i niz drugih zemalja trebati značajnu međunarodnu financijsku pomoć i podršku za dekarbonizaciju energetskog sektora do 2050. godine sa posebnim fokusom na plansko zatvaranje rudnika uglja i obustavljanje rada elektrana na ugalj. Nesumnjivo je da Bosna i Hercegovina želi dati svoj doprinos u borbi protiv klimatskih promjena, ali to nećemo moći učiniti sami. Treba će nam podrška i saradnja sa državama koji svojim znanjem i resursima mogu ovaj proces ubrzati. I bez obzira na činjenicu da ne predstavljamo državu sa tako velikim brojem stanovnika u naporima da zaustavimo klimatske promjene, bit će nužno da svi daju svoj doprinos i tu možete računati na nas. Zahvaljujem vam se na pažnji i želim svima uspješan ostatak konferencije za koji se nadam da će ostati upisana u istoriju kao prekretnica u borbi da spasimo našu planetu. Hvala vam.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Surenjel S. Whips, Jr., President of Palau. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Ali and greetings, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for holding this high-level platform and allowing us to set the stage for COP26. The latest IPCC report indicates that our collective action to date is not closing the emissions gap, and we are veering off the path to 1.5. The legend of Wab, the Palau legend of Wab, illustrates our state of emergency. Wab was a boy who grew into a giant that wouldn't stop growing. Due to his unruly appetite, the whole island community was forced to feed him. Wab's feeding depleted all the natural resources and finally he threatened to eat his people. To save themselves, the villagers banded together, took bold action, and set fire to him. This is eerily reminiscent of today's world, as large emitters, with their insatiable appetite for advancement, are continuing to abuse our environment, threatening our very survival. COP26 must light the fire. Excellencies, we must hold each other accountable. It is incumbent upon the parties of this convention to concentrate on radical action, consistent mobilization, intentional outcomes. As such, Palau expects the set of rules guiding the implementation of the Paris Agreement be finalized as a priority outcome of COP26. For Pacific SIDS, the Ocean Climate Biodiversity Nexus demands accountability for the NDC commitments, realistic timeframes, and to begin bold action by cutting in half our emissions by 2030 to flatten the curve and achieve net zero by 2050. As protectorates of the world's largest ocean, and carbon sink. With the establishment of the Palau National Marine Sanctuary in 2015, we urge the formal integration of the ocean into the UNFCCC process through the global stocktake as a fundamental priority outcome of COP26. Ladies and gentlemen, the Convention must establish equitable access to climate financing and viable technological transfer for both mitigation and adaptation. We, the islands that are devastated most, demand that your commitments of $100 billion annually be increased to meet the $4 trillion the World Bank reports is needed. With substantial shares of climate financing to support costly adaptation needs, we see the scorching sun is giving us intolerable heat, the warming sea is invading us, the strong winds are blowing us every which way. Our resources are disappearing before our eyes, and our future is being robbed from us. Frankly speaking, there is no dignity to a slow and painful death. You might as well bomb our islands instead of making us suffer only to witness our slow and fateful demise. Leaders of the G20, we are drowning, and our only hope is the life ring you are holding. You must act now. We must act together, as we say in our Palauan chant. E wadamalasoyang alerubgaledeng maknit adatal bagal engungil endekadogoliyang. It says, when traveling in one canoe, discord among the sailors will capsize the boat. The chant reminds us that we need to deliver on our commitments, and we must move in unison toward 1.5 to stay alive. The villagers burned the giant Wab, and as he fell to his death, he created over 300 islands of our islands. Bold, unified action led to transformation. We must act together. We owe this to each other, and we owe this to our children. Thank you, Rahman Musulang.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Carlos Alvarado Quesada, President of Costa Rica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, excelencias, honorables invitados y delegados. Agradezco al Gobierno de Chile por haber ejercido la presidencia en tan complejos momentos y al Reino Unido por los esfuerzos que llevan adelante para esta COP26. He pensado qué palabras puede decir uno para persuadir a los diferentes líderes de que es tiempo de cambiar. Y por más palabras que hemos utilizado, seguimos fuera del rumbo de proteger al planeta. Seguimos en un rumbo de colisión. If the world was a private company, imagine that for a minute, and the leaders of the world were to be the different CEOs of the corporations, today we will all be fired, out of business. Why? Because we are off track. We are not delivering results. What happens in a company or in an NGO when leaders do not deliver the results they have committed, all the results that are expected from them? They are held accountable. So why is that not happening in the case of climate change and our goals? We know we are off target. And this endeavor is not any endeavor. We're talking about the future of our planet, the lives of our children and grandchildren. What is necessary in order for change to occur? It's the second time I have to speak in this forum after the honorable member of Palau. And it's heartbreaking and listen how state islands have to pledge for their existence. We need the developed world to put their act together. We need the large polluting economies to pull their act together. It's a matter of life and death. Leaders should be here. Leaders should listen. Leaders should deliver. That is why they are leaders. And that's the only way we'll manage to survive in this earth. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, President of the Nigeria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Mr. President, on behalf of the Nigerian delegation, I congratulate you on your election as the President of the 26th session of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and assure you of our full support as you lead our deliberations. I do not think anyone in Nigeria needs persuading of the need for urgent action on the environment. Desertification in the north, floods in the center, pollution and erosion on the coast are enough evidence. For Nigeria, climate change is not about the perils of tomorrow, but what is happening today. Nigeria is committed to net zero by 2060. In our lifetime, Lake Chad has gone from a vast expanse of biodiversity to a shadow of itself. We are investing in renewables, hydro dams, and solar projects. Nigeria is not looking to make the same mistakes that have been repeated for decades by others. We are looking for partners in innovation, technology, and finance to make cleaner and more efficient use of all available resources to help make for a more stable transition in energy markets. The revised nationally determined contribution has additional priority sectors: water and waste, nature-based solutions, adaptation and resilience, vulnerability assessment, and a clean cooking, gender, and green jobs assessment, bottom-up renewable energy transition pathway to 2030. Parties to the Paris Agreement are expected to transit from fossil fuel to clean energy and reach a net zero ambition for greenhouse gases emission. Nigeria is actually more of a gas than an oil-producing country. Consequently, I am requesting for financing of projects using transition fuels such as gas. Nigeria has developed a detailed energy transition plan and roadmap based on data and evidence. This plan has highlighted some key facts that faces the difficult conversations. Our transition plan also highlights the key role in transitioning our economy across sectors, and the data and evidence shows that Nigeria can continue to use gas until 2040 without detracting from the goals of the Paris Agreement. Nigeria has an approved National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change. This document incorporates priority areas of our economic recovery and growth plan and nationally determined contributions. The implementation strategy for this National Action Plan has been developed. In a bid to commit to transitional change through climate policy, the revised national policy on climate change was approved in June 2021. This will enable us to implement mitigation measures and also strengthen adaptation towards a sustainable climate-resilient development pathway in Nigeria. Mr. President, I would like to state that attaining national and global climate change goals will require adequate and sustained technical and financial support to developing countries. In Nigeria, in the area of energy access, Nigeria's commitment to a just transition is reflected in our ambitious energy compact, which includes the government's flagship project to electrify 5 million households and 25 million people using decentralized solar energy solutions. This is a major step towards closing our energy access deficit by 2030. I would like to state again that attaining national and global climate change goals will require adequate and sustained technical and financial support to developing countries. The outcome of this conference must result in a quick resolution of all outstanding issues pertaining to the finalization of the Paris Agreement rulebook, adaptation, mitigation, finance, Article 6, and loss and damage. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to commend the government and people of the United Kingdom for hosting COP26 and for extending an invitation to Zimbabwe to participate. I also congratulate Your Excellency, Mr. Sharma, on your election as the COP26 President. Zimbabwe has not been spared from climate change challenges, which have led to an increasing frequency of severe droughts and cyclone-induced floods. These, coupled with the economic sanctions imposed on us and the COVID-19 pandemic, have had negative impacts on the lives and livelihoods of the people of my country. The importance of solidarity and cooperation to tackling global challenges cannot be overemphasized. It is most unfortunate that the impact of climate change is disproportionately borne by the vulnerable communities which have contributed the least to the current stock of atmospheric carbon. Vulnerable countries must therefore be capacitated to mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to climate change. The expectation is that major emitters will scale up mitigation action and show greater interest in adaptation. Decisions at this COP26 should strengthen the implementation of current national determined contributions. It is further imperative that the said emission reduction targets are incurred on supporting, financing, and equipping countries to gradually and sustainably migrate from fossil to renewable energy. Notwithstanding that, as a country, we are a net sink. I'm pleased to highlight that Zimbabwe has revised its nationally determined contributions and committed to a conditional 40% per capita greenhouse gas emission reduction target by 2030. Comprehensive strategies are also being implemented towards mainstreaming climate change adaptation and resilience across all sectors of our economy. The removal of the illegal sanctions imposed on my country will undoubtedly enhance the timely achievement of our commitments. Zimbabwe is open for business, and my government stands ready to welcome and facilitate investments from across the world towards greening our economy and achieving sustainable development, which leaves no one and no place behind. Mr. President, the demonstration of sincerity and good faith by members will help restore confidence in the new commitments made at this summit. Consensus on a clear roadmap for the new finance goal must be reached, while carbon trading needs to go beyond offsetting emissions to more practical action on climate change mitigation. Finally, let us all show bold and decisive leadership in tackling this weighty responsibility before us. Zimbabwe stands ready to collaborate with all countries and partners within the Committee of Nations to achieve our noble objectives. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Giacomo C. Moncini and His Excellency Mr. Francesco Musori, Captains, Regent San Marino. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our thanks to the British and the Italian authorities for the excellent organization of this important event. The recent IPCC report confirmed that negative predictions are now a certainty. To quote United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the report is a code red for humanity. It will force us to take increasingly difficult choices. Good intentions cannot remain pious hopes. If political commitments taken during these days remained a dead letter, it would be an intolerable defeat. We recognize that the impacts of climate change at 1.5 degrees are much lower than at 2 degrees, and that immediate action must be taken to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. We acknowledge the close nexus between climate and energy, as well as we understand the importance of a just and inclusive clean energy transition. San Marino is a small state, but being small does not prevent us to be ambitious. We want to be an open-air laboratory where innovations by willing and fair-minded people are discussed, tested, and assessed on their effectiveness. It is indeed possible and necessary to start small in order to implement big change, to move one step at a time, but decisively. Therefore, we would like to call on small nations to join efforts to implement common initiatives that would otherwise be beyond their reach. We cannot but call on international organizations to devise new systems that will enable small states to make a stronger multilateral contribution. Together, we are stronger, as the history of the United Nations teaches us. San Marino wants to be active with other nations, no more than ever.
In July 2021, San Marino presented its first voluntary national review on the implementation of the 17 goals of the 2030 Agenda. We are currently drawing our action plan for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the first draft will be ready by the end of the year. Action to combat climate change under Goal 13 features prominently on the set of national initiatives. Virtuous policies we intend to implement are numerous, from the development of renewable sources to the promotion of electric and hybrid mobility. Measures to increase the energy efficiency of buildings, to contain emissions from companies, and to strengthen the national centralized data collection system are equally crucial. San Marino has made and is making its best efforts to respect the commitments deriving from all the very important agreements that have brought us this far. We know well, however, that it is not enough. If we do not act together, the consequences of our inaction will go far beyond state borders and will harshly affect next generations who are uniting in movements such as Fridays for Future. Young people are clamoring for just one thing, the courage to change. We owe them a credible answer because it is their future and we cannot prevent them to live in a better planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la COP, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorables délégués, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. C'est un réel plaisir et un honneur pour moi de m'adresser à cette auguste assemblée à l'occasion de cet important sommet de la COP26. Et permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer à Sa Majesté la Reine Elisabeth II, ainsi qu'au gouvernement et au peuple du Royaume-Uni, nos sincères remerciements et notre profonde reconnaissance pour l'accueil chaleureux et amical qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée dans ce grand et beau pays, pour toutes les dispositions prises pour rendre notre séjour agréable. Je félicite Monsieur le Président pour la confiance qui vous est investie et je reste convaincu que vous dirigerez les travaux de cette conférence avec efficacité en vue de la réussite de notre sommet. Excellences, honorable assistance, en dépit de nombreuses actions menées par la communauté internationale depuis Rio en 1992, en passant par l'accord de Paris sur le climat, le réchauffement climatique constitue une menace pour l'ensemble de nos pays. En effet, les effets du changement climatique sur la vie socio-économique de nos pays ne sont plus à démontrer, et notamment dans les petits pays insulaires en développement comme le mien, qui deviennent de plus en plus vulnérables. Nos pays sont en effet menacés au quotidien par de nombreuses catastrophes, et notamment les cyclones, la sécheresse, les volcans, la montée du niveau de la mer, avec comme conséquence la fragilisation des conditions de vie de toutes nos populations. Certes, il nous appartient à tous d'agir dans le sens de la protection et de la préservation de notre environnement. Toutefois, il faut reconnaître aussi que bon nombre de nos pays en développement ne peuvent atteindre les objectifs de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre sans l'appui et le soutien de la communauté internationale. Mon pays, l'Union des Comores, s'est engagé dans une campagne de réduction des émissions d'ici 2030 et il a à cet effet entrepris d'importantes actions visant à atténuer les effets négatifs des changements climatiques. C'est dans ce sens que nous avons lancé la campagne « Un Comorien, un arbre » dont l'objectif est de parvenir à reboiser 10% du territoire national. Nous comptons à travers cette campagne augmenter chaque année la superficie de nos terrains reboisés, mais aussi étendre les aires protégées afin d'atteindre 30% du territoire terrestre à l'horizon 2030. À l'instar des autres pays, nous comptons sur les financements à hauteur de nos enjeux, mais aussi d'un accompagnement en renforcement de capacités et de transfert de compétences et de technologies pour atteindre nos objectifs. Monsieur le Président, l'issue de ce sommet est vitale pour nous tous. Notre présence ici aujourd'hui doit être l'occasion de donner un nouvel an à notre engagement commun à travers la concrétisation de notre engagement politique et la mise en œuvre des décisions relatives à l'accord de Paris. Pour ce faire, nous devons veiller à ce que les différents fonds prévus soient disponibles et de manière pérenne, que nos pays puissent accéder aux différentes sources de financement prévues sans aucune entrave et que l'attribution de ces financements soit faite en tenant compte des priorités des pays. Monsieur le Président, la promotion des énergies renouvelables reste l'un des moteurs de la lutte contre les changements climatiques et c'est dans ce contexte que mon pays a entrepris une initiative de développement de la géothermie et de photovoltaïque avec l'objectif final de couvrir plus de 50% de la demande nationale en électricité. Monsieur le Président, les yeux du monde entier sont rivés sur le Royaume-Uni et à l'issue de la COP26. Les attentes de nos populations respectives sont énormes et nous n'avons pas le droit de les décevoir. Faisons de cette COP le sommet de l'action, le sommet de la concrétisation de nos actions afin de sortir le pays de l'insécurité, de la pauvreté et du sous-développement, facteurs de déstabilisation de nombreuses régions vulnérables. Vive la coopération internationale. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of Sao Tome and Principe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'humanité a un défi à relever et nous devrons agir ensemble. Et ce défi ne sera relevé qu'en posant des actes concrets. D'une part, la pandémie du Covid-19. D'autre part, le monde entier est confronté à des catastrophes météorologiques et climatiques sans précédent. La Covid-19 a enseigné au monde que lorsque nous n'agissons pas de façon unie et concertée, il faudra beaucoup plus de temps pour contrôler et venir à bout de la pandémie. Le changement climatique et son impact sont également une pandémie qui se propage à travers le monde, affectant à la fois les pays riches et les pays pauvres, dans la même proportion, sans discrimination, même si le manque de moyens et ressources pour le gérer affecte de manière disproportionnée les nations les plus pauvres de la planète. Je viens d'un pays où l'une des îles, à savoir Principe, fait partie de la réserve mondiale de la biosphère. Cependant, même cette réserve est menacée, car l'ensemble de l'archipel avait une superficie de 1001 km², mais aujourd'hui, nous n'en avons plus que 960 km². Le constat, c'est que 4% de la superficie des terres ont été engloutis par l'élévation du niveau de la mer en raison du réchauffement climatique. Le feu de forêt, les vagues de chaleur, la montée des eaux, les inondations dévastatrices menacent déjà plusieurs régions du monde. Il faut être conscient que de nos jours, nous payons tous les prix. Peu importe qui sont les gros émetteurs, peu importe notre contribution à la dégradation de l'environnement. Des événements extrêmes au niveau de la mer
que se produisait auparavant une fois tous les 100 ans pourrait se produire chaque année d'ici la fin de ce siècle. Avec toutes les conséquences dramatiques, les nations vulnérables et les petits États insulaires en développement sont devenus de plus en plus frustrés, alors que notre demande et notre besoin de collaboration restent sans réponse de la part d'autres nations plus riches et par le G20, qui sont les gros pollueurs. C'est la raison par laquelle j'appelle toutes les nations du monde à prendre des mesures plus ambitieuses en faveur du climat. En outre, les engagements financiers sont à la traîne. Les pays développés entravent la capacité des pays pauvres et vulnérables, comme de São Tomé et Principe, à mettre en œuvre des mesures de résilience climatique et en faveur de la transition vers les économies neutres en carbone et durables. Par conséquent, nous appelons donc à l'exécution urgente des promesses de mobilisation de fonds et de l'engagement déjà convenu de 100 milliards de dollars par an pour faire face aux défis climatiques. São Tomé et Principe a connu peu de progrès dans l'adaptation au changement climatique. Pour cela, elle a encore besoin d'un soutien fort et urgent pour continuer à renforcer la résilience des communautés les plus vulnérables. Nous avons une stratégie de transition vers les énergies renouvelables et l'économie bleue. Mais à quoi sert-il si l'on n'a pas les moyens de sa mise en œuvre alors que nous sommes engagés dans une course contre la montre? En mettant à jour nos contributions nationales déterminées pour inclure à la fois des mesures d'atténuation pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre et des mesures d'adaptation pour renforcer la résilience des communautés les plus vulnérables, nous avons démontré la nécessité d'une ambition accélérée et saisissons donc cette occasion pour simplement appeler à l'action. São Tomé et Principe restent engagés dans la lutte contre le changement climatique. De plus en plus, les populations qui souffrent directement les effets de l'impact des changements climatiques prennent davantage conscience du risque que court l'humanité entière et reconnaissent que la seule option est de lutter pour inverser les impacts du changement climatique. Cela dit, je vous souhaite à tous bonne chance et j'espère que d'ici la prochaine conférence, nous aurons des raisons pour être plus optimistes et partager en notre voie de progrès réalisés. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Armen Pashinyan, President of Armenia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my family name is Sarkisyan. And Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Her Majesty and Her Majesty's government for organizing this significant and timely event. Special thanks to Prime Minister Boris Johnson, his colleagues, and the City of Glasgow for excellent summit and warm hospitality. First, about Armenia, a small state and a global nation. According to the World Bank analysis, Armenia is the fourth most vulnerable country to climate change in Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. Armenia has registered a 1.3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature and 9% decrease in precipitation. Despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, we are committed to stronger integration into the global agenda on climate change and to demonstrate an increase in our climate ambition. Armenia has constantly expressed its commitment to joining global efforts to combat climate change. In 2021, Armenia reaffirmed our commitment through the NDC and declared an objective 40% reduction of its greenhouse gas emission by 2030 compared to the 1990. The long objective of Armenia is to achieve climate neutrality in the second half of the century. Transition to climate neutrality is at the core of the country's energy independence, energy security, and green growth policy. Our vision of resilient and low-carbon growth is directly connected to a solid and effective adaptation strategy that is based on an ecosystem approach, reforestation, investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency, new high technologies, promotion of electric mobility, and further development of nuclear energy. Dear colleagues, substantial public debt burdens most developing economies and their ability to access concessional and non-concessional climate finance. In this regard, a creative approach is crucial. I am delighted to share with you our renewed Debt for Climate Swap initiative. It presents a new climate finance investment instrument, and it will help developing countries to adapt more efficiently to climate change finance and will provide new economic opportunities. Mr. President, exactly 1 year ago, during its war against Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan used internationally banned weapons to target not only civilians but also beautiful forests of the large area, causing massive forest fires and creating environmental disasters in place. We call all international community to step up to its efforts to prevent such irresponsible, inhuman behavior. The environmental challenges do not recognize borders and conflict lines, and we should bring all states of the world into comprehensive cooperation. Now, just a couple of words about this conference. I thoroughly enjoyed the opening of the conference, enjoyed speeches of my colleagues from worldwide, and it was confirmed by everybody here that there is a big problem, which is the climate change. But that's not the only problem that we have these days, because we're facing also pandemic, we're facing economic difficulties, and we are worldwide, and we're facing rise of populism, we're facing uncertainty, we're also facing unpredictability here. But on the other side, having all of these problems, we have also recognized here globally that there's huge wealth, and that wealth is in trillions of dollars that could resolve the issue. And on the other side, during the 100 years of development based on quantum technology and quantum physics, we have achieved phenomenal achievements in science and technology. And that technology today can resolve our problems, be that in climate change, be that in COVID and other problems that we are facing. So where is the problem? Why we are not so effective or efficient? I think there is one thing that we should learn from the history of science. 100 years ago, great scientists, people like Albert Einstein, Max Planck, Heisenberg, realized that the classical laws of physics and mechanics, cannot be applied to the new discovered small particles and atoms. You have to change your mentality. You have to change your philosophy, your logic, even your common sense to understand and create the theory of quantum physics. We are on the crossroad. The world has become quantum. This is a crossroad that we have to start thinking differently, because the world that ahead of us is not the one that was there 10 or 20 years ago. So based on that, if we change our mentality, form our ambition and strategy, then we can effectively use the finances and the wealth created during this phenomenal development and use the technology to handle the problems that we are facing, but not only resolve the problems, but also create a basis of development to the brighter future years to come. And when finally, at the opening of summit, Professor Brian Cox took us to a trip to Cosmos to see from above how amazingly beautiful this planet is, and to realize that in the whole universe, this is our home and the only one. And there is no other alternative for us but to work and to fight for this green and blue planet. Armenia is committed to become a really smart state, devoted to our nature, planet, and humanity. And I'm optimistic that we can overcome these difficulties and build a brighter future for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me start by commending my friend Boris for his leadership in hosting the COP26. I will be speaking in Japanese from now on, so may I ask you to put on your headphones. 気候変動という人類共通の課題に日本は総力を挙げて取り組んでまいります。その決意を皆さんに伝えるためにこのグラスゴーの地に駆けつけてまいりました。パリ協定の採択から6年、当時ローラン・ファビウス議長のもと決意を新たにしたあの瞬間を我々は忘れてはなりません。どうしてもこれをフミオに渡したい、そう言って友人であるローランがくれた木槌を私は気候変動問題に真摯に向き合う覚悟の証として今でも大切に持っています。目標の達成に向けこの10年が勝負です。高い野心を持って共に全力を尽くしていこうではありませんか。2050年カーボンニュートラル、日本はこれを新たに策定した長期戦略のもと実現してまいります。2030年度に温室効果ガスを2013年度比で46% 削減することを目指し、さらに 50% の高みに向け挑戦を続けていくことを約束いたします。議長、日本はアジアの中心に再エネを最大限導入しながらクリーンエネルギーへの移行を推進し、脱炭素社会を作り上げます。アジアにおける再エネ導入は太陽光が主体となることが多く、周波数の安定管理のため既存の火力発電をゼロエミッション化し活用することも必要です。日本はアジアエネルギートランジションイニシアティブを通じ化石火力をアンモニア、水素などのゼロエミ火力に転換するため1億ドル規模の先導的な事業を展開します。先進国全体で年間1000億ドルの資金目標の不足分を率先して補うべく、日本は6月に表明した向こう5年間で官民合わせて600億ドル規模の支援に加え、アジア開発銀行などと協力し、アジアなどの脱炭素化支援のための革新的な資金協力の枠組みの立ち上げなどに貢献し、新たに5年間で最大100億ドルの追加支援を行う用意があることを表明いたします。ボリスと協力し、先進各国も日本に続くよう呼びかけてまいります。これらの支援により、日本の経済成長の日本の経済成長のエンジンであるアジア全体のゼロエミッション化を力強く推進してまいります。日本は世界の必需品である自動車のカーボンニュートラルの実現に向け、あらゆる技術の選択肢を追求してまいります。2兆円のグリーンイノベーション基金を活用し、電気自動車普及の鍵を握る次世代電池モーターや水素合成燃料の開発を進めます。イノベーションの成果をアジアに普及し、世界をリードしてまいります。日本はグローバルメタンプレッジにも参加いたします。脱炭素への移行を進めていく中で、足元のエネルギー価格の上昇といった問題について、我々リーダーが対応を議論していくことが必要です。さらに、日本は防災など気候変動に適応するための支援を倍増し、 約148億ドルの支援を行います。先端技術を活用し、国際機関と連携しながら、世界の森林保全のため、約 2.4 億ドルの資金支援を行うことを表明いたします。我々が気候変動に向き合うとき、誰一人取り残されることがあってはなりません。日本は対策に全力で取り組み、人類の未来に貢献してまいります。ありがとうございました。Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Catherine Ree Jacobs Doughty, Prime Minister of Iceland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have received new guidance from science before this meeting, and the evidence is stronger than ever. Our combined Paris pledges will not suffice to keep global warming within safe limits, and we must upgrade. Iceland announced last year an upgrade of our ambition level from 40% to 55% emission cuts to 2030, and we will achieve this goal in cooperation with EU and Norway. Earlier this year, the Icelandic Parliament made our previously announced goal of carbon neutrality by 2040 legally binding, one of few countries that has taken this step. We are working on a roadmap to carbon neutrality. A big step on that journey is our newly released long-term low-emission strategy in line with the Paris Agreement. Iceland has also set a goal of quitting fossil fuel use by 2050, and last September we published our first adaptation strategy. The parties who are now forming a new government in Iceland are currently discussing ways to strengthen our goals, our 2030 target, while ensuring a just transition towards a greener economy. In climate mitigation, we believe we are on the right track, but we want to do better still. As part of its renewed NDC, Iceland has increased its year-on-year funding for climate-related development programs and projects significantly and continues to do so. And we have also some good stories to tell in Iceland. 100% renewable energy for heating and electricity, second in the world in the share of clean cars in total sales. But we need to do more. We need clean energy transition to extend to ships and airplanes, and being an island, this is particularly relevant. We must do better in nature-based solutions. In the last 3 years or so, we have doubled our efforts, but still we need to do more there. We must look for negative emissions and new technology. And just 2 months ago, the world's biggest direct air capture and storage plant opened in Iceland. There, the CO2 is being pumped in the basalt ground where it is petrified. And we hope that this is a small step towards something very much bigger, a technology that can prove useful for the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recite to you the words of an Icelandic author, Andri Snær Magnason, who said in his book on climate, "Your time is the time of the people you know and love, the time that molds you. And your time is also the time of the people you will know and love. The time that you will shape, everything you do matters, you create the future every single day." His words are true. The time to create the future is now, today. Young people are pressing for actions and we must heed their call. And I also want to underscore the importance of gender equality in our discourse, because we must involve women and girls in all aspects of climate action and decisions. We need the energy and ingenuity of all humankind. The signs of climate disruption are ominous. We see emergencies around the world that are a direct consequence of the climate crisis. In Iceland, we see our glaciers receding. We worry about the change of chemistry and circulation in our oceans in ways that could disrupt the entire marine ecosystem. But there are also signs of progress that give ground for hope and optimism. The promise of the Paris Agreement is alive and well, and I sense a great ambition here in Glasgow. There is demanding work ahead, but it can be good work as well. Green transition can and must be the growth story of the 21st century. Save the day and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of government, we gather today at a pivotal point in the history of humanity in a further attempt to deepen commitment and determination to mitigate the efforts of climate change. The August 2021 report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has presented a sobering outlook and brought into focus the severe shortfall in closing the emissions gap. Any temperature increase beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius level will have long-term and permanent consequences, particularly for small countries and economies such as Trinidad and Tobago. The only solution, therefore, is to increase collective ambition. According to the World Energy Outlook, in order for the world to shift from our current unsustainable path, we need to focus on driving renewable and sustainable electrification, improving efficiency, reducing methane emissions, and turbocharging innovation. We also need to implement strategies and unlock the capital flows in support of energy transitions and ensure reliability and affordability. Mr. President, while mitigation ambition is driven by the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, the global goal on adaptation has failed to achieve a commensurate level of attention and action. At COP26, we must ensure that we have an outcome that helps to raise adaptation, ambition, and action. Establishing a specific work program after COP26 to define the details for the global goal and adaptation will be the key. Trinidad and Tobago is a small island developing state already experiencing the effects of climate change. Loss and damage are already clear in the aggressive erosion of our coastline and the bleaching of our coral reefs. Tackling loss and damage must remain a critical and core issue of any global climate action framework. We are increasingly concerned about our ability to address this issue, given the well-known difficulty in accessing financing for such projects. We need funds, like the Green Climate Fund, to establish specific streams for loss and damage finance to ensure that this is prioritized in the same way as mitigation and adaptation. Further, there must be equitable balance between public finance for mitigation and adaptation. COP26 will be a critical point at which we can assess whether our climate finance flows are headed in the right direction. In this regard, the United States' announcement that it would double its climate finance support is particularly inspiring. This is the type of bold action all donor countries need to consider in the weeks ahead. The mobilization of private finance will also be critical for securing the urgently needed investment, particularly for the transformation of our energy sectors. Mr. President, we must complete the work to implement the energy transparency framework. Even as a small country with limited resources, we will make every effort to report to the required standard, with some assistance, of course. We expect others to do the same. This is the deal we made in Paris. We cannot go back on it now. Mr. President, as an economy largely based on oil and gas and petrochemicals, we in Trinidad and Tobago recognize our responsibility in transitioning over reasonable and manageable time to net zero. We have set very ambitious targets aimed at diversifying our economy. We have embarked upon ambitious plans to reduce emissions and build climate resilience, but we will need help. These measures include the following. We are in the process of establishing the largest utility-scale solar renewable energy project in the Caribbean, with a capacity of 112 megawatts, accounting for 10% of our power needs, and we plan to increase this complement to 30% by 2030. We have developed an e-mobility policy, and we are already implementing measures to phase in electric vehicles. We recognize the need to address the socio-economic issues associated with energy transition, and have developed a just transition of the workforce policy aimed at reskilling, retooling, and developing new capacity for a low-carbon economy. We are pursuing measures to facilitate investments in green hydrogen, to provide green feedstock to our vibrant petrochemical industry. We intend to explore the use of industry-generated carbon dioxide in possible carbon sequestration projects. Mr. President, COP26 has created great expectations and heightened hopes for climate ambition for Trinidad and Tobago. This ambition includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions and providing much-needed climate finance to enable vulnerable countries to adapt to climate impacts and assist in transforming their economies to more sustainable, low-carbon paths. Beyond the rhetoric and pledges, every country needs to be serious about urgent action in this decade. Trinidad and Tobago is committed to working with all countries in the multilateral framework to ensure a safe and secure world for those yet to be born. It is my sincere hope that we will be able to look back at COP26 and the commitments and progress made here in Glasgow and key steps towards a healthier, salvageable planet Earth. Let's work for survival of ours and all species. Let's not choose extinction. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Norway comes to Glasgow with one overriding ambition: helping keep the 1.5-degree target alive. This is existential, it is urgent, and it is possible if we jointly step up our commitments. I commend those that have enhanced their targets. The new Norwegian government has done so. I urge all remaining countries, especially the large emitters, to follow suit. Norway will reduce its emissions, and we will help others to cut theirs and adapt. There is no trade-off between mitigation and adaptation. We can succeed both. We come to Glasgow with 3 firm commitments. First, we will follow up on the invitation by the British hosts. We are ready to double our climate financing contribution to more than $1.6 billion by 2026, thus contributing significantly to reaching the $100 billion target set in Paris. And in doing so, we will invite private capital to join us in mobilizing necessary resources. As part of our contribution, we will, as a minimum, triple our adaptation finance. How can this contribution, Mr. President, make a real difference? Norway will work with development partners to help finance their transition to renewable energy. We will support investments that can help phase out coal and other fossil sources. We will launch a new climate investment initiative to fund renewable energy in developing countries. And we will continue our efforts to preserve tropical forests and promote sustainable forestry and agriculture. And we are making progress here at this conference. Second, Mr. President, it will be a priority for my government and for me as Prime Minister to work with business, industry and the social partners to help us all succeed the transition towards renewable, circular and sustainable future. This transition will make a difference in Norway, but our ambition goes further. We aim to develop and export technology that can be of use beyond our borders. Norway is positioned to take a lead in developing ocean-based solutions such as offshore wind, green shipping, carbon capture, utilization and storage, hydrogen, and electrical mobility. We will harness market forces. Our active industrial policy will support technologies reach their tipping points. In doing so, correct carbon pricing is essential. Open markets and international trade will also be crucial. And finally, Mr. President, third point, the financial sector must play its part. Norway's public pension fund Global is the world's largest sovereign wealth fund, invested worldwide. Our goal is to make it the leading fund in responsible investment and the management of climate risk. Climate risk is indeed a financial risk and needs to be managed as such. As a responsible investor, the fund will base its ownership work on an overall long-term goal of net zero emissions from the companies it invests in. So, friends, we cannot allow the inaction of some to be an argument for failing to take action together by the rest of us. Now is the time to step up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I'm probably the tallest here, but from one of the smallest countries, Albania. My fellow citizens and I look up to your countries as models of good government. In important events such as this one, we are told what to do. We tend to listen and take notes. And so I've listened and I've taken my notes. But the question with which I came here has not been answered yet. Perhaps it has not occurred to anyone. So I thought I'd make it clear. How do the big polluters intend to help us? A non-polluter. Yes, a non-polluter. Our energy production is based on renewables, 100%. Zero fossil fuels. We do not just pledge to meet the common challenge of commitments made and targets set. We do it today, 2021. But we are not self-sufficient, so we have to import energy. And therefore, we import pollution. And our small country asks, how long do we have to continue to do the right thing just alone? How long do we have to pay the price? First, for the contribution to climate change of the big guys. Then, for their failure to remedy its consequences. We could have taken all the lucrative offers for coal thermal plants that we have received over the years. They would have helped us to balance our dry seasons in a country relying 100% on hydropower, when the lack of rain obliged us to go to the market and buy very expensive energy from the big guys. I'm proud we did not, but now my small country looks at what is going on here and sees how the biggest polluters get also the biggest chunks of the money. Guess what? To assist us to deal with climate change. Now that winter nears, our budget is bleeding because we have to buy in energy and prices skyrocket. Moreover, because it has been so dry, our hydropower plants cannot meet our needs. And so we are caught between the Sheila of wishing to have rain for our electricity production and the Charybdis of risking devastating floods that erode massive chunks of our small rural economy. The climate crisis in action. So my small country says to itself, you are 100% renewable, yes, but what's the answer for the families and the small businesses who cannot afford to pay even higher bills for their electricity consumption? Are we paying a price for doing the right thing? We cannot wait around to see if the markets move quickly in the right direction. I hope that here will be delivered on the promises of finance to support low and middle income countries, starting from the clean energy role models like Albania. This financing must not come in the form of loans that entrap our countries in cycles of debt, but through grants that empower us to invest. And I hope the support will not continue to mean endless studies and strategies which impact far less than it costs to pay people from rich countries to draft them. It is a noble stance to refuse any mixing with fossil fuel of our 100% renewable energy production. Some of the guys here may be able to afford it. For us, it is literally a daily struggle. The model is not affordable if it is not supported from richer and more powerful countries. I'm aware that the future of climate initiatives does not depend on how they affect Albania and others like Albania, but the lack of action of the big polluters affect us, and many like us who pay the price for the profits of the big polluters. I started by saying that we look up to countries, big countries, as models of good government. I hope we won't come to realize that this was a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, we will continue with the delivery of national statements today at 1500 hours in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP and the CMA adjourned. Now that we have finished the high-level segment of today, we will have a short interval where we will welcome African leaders involved with climate investment on the stage. I would like now to welcome Seni Nafo, co-chair of the African Green Finance Coalition, Ukur Yatani, Cabinet Secretary, Kenya Treasury Representative co-chair, AGFC, and Ayan Zainab Adam, Senior Director and Chief Executive Officer, AFC Capital Partners, to the stage on the theme of financing the transition in Africa.
Thank you. For the past 4 years, Kenya has been proud to act as a co-convener at the Africa NDA Green Climate Finance Network, which was set up to help channel GCF funding to Africa. We want to repurpose this network of 43 African countries and transform it into a dynamic platform for peer learning and capacity building in the area of green and climate resilient finance, policy, making and regulation, and thereby greatly enhance Africa's ability to source climate-friendly capital from a broader range of potential funding sources, both international funds and from domestic institutional investors. Africa needs to speak to the widest possible range of investors, international but also domestic, and the African Green Finance Coalition will be a platform that allows it to do that, backed by a robust peer learning platform and a peer review mechanism that will bring Africa countries along this path together. A peer review mechanism will act as the accountability mechanism to ensure progress is sustained. This is about Africa taking control of its own development as an investment destination, building its capacity and attractiveness as an investment destination, and offering large-scale investment opportunities. It is about investment and not aid. Aid funding is never going to be enough. There are potential trillions of investment capital available with Africa Green Finance Coalition. Africa can compete very effectively for these funds. At the moment, fewer than a quarter of African countries have a climate financing strategy in place. That has to change if Africa is going to be able to capture this opportunity. Third is about acknowledging the opportunity to mainstream green into Africa's development narrative. Africa needs, above all, jobs and other economic opportunities. A green economic development pathway can deliver more and better quality growth. Fourth is about Africa responding to what will be the biggest shift in financial markets this century. As financial markets across the globe go green, Africa must adapt to these tectonic shifts. The supply side is changing forever. Lastly, is about Africa working together. There's no point in a small number of countries doing well on green finance if others are not. Climate change is not a problem that affects a small number of countries. This has to be a collaborative effort. I would now like to welcome Sini Nafo, a co-chair of Africa Green Finance Coalition, to the stage, who will speak to 3 ongoing areas of investment and the launch plan for the AGFC. Welcome.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for the introduction. Let me now present 3 substantive undertakings the Coalition is already supporting as concrete action to enhance implementation on the ground. First, with the Africa Finance Corporation, Africa Investment Grade Premier Infrastructure House launched an asset management fiduciary, which itself is already launching an infrastructure climate resilient fund, ICRF. With ICRF, the intention is to raise $2 billion in the next 3 years. ICRF will be the first tailored solution to integrate the impact of climate change in the design and construction of built-in infrastructure, while at the same time tracking low-carbon infrastructure initiatives. It will offer competitive returns to investors using a blended finance structure. With the Africa Adaptation Initiative and the adaptation of the African Agriculture Initiative, we have worked on a 23 countries program to support ambitious climate action on the ground. We will integrate climate risks in food systems. We will build a robust pipeline of projects to ensure that by COP27 in Africa next year, we have the first bottom-up multi-billion investment portfolio. The initiative will also provide an opportunity to enhance collaboration between countries and provide an opportunity for partnership in this field. Finally, in East Africa, in Tanzania, just a few weeks ago, with the Green Climate Fund, we were able to have the approval of a comprehensive $250 million framework as an adaptation framework with finance, technical assistance, and technology for small farmer holders. We hope to learn and to catalyze this fund to be able to extend to 23 countries starting next year. Africa is hosting COP27, and we will work to identify more action. We call on all partners and investors to come and work with us in mobilizing resources for a triple win for people, for climate, and for business. And with this, I have the pleasure to introduce Ayan Adam, who is the CEO of the Africa Finance Partners. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Seni Nafo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, here at Glasgow in COP26. Thank you to the presidency for what I believe will be the start of a very great and impactful COP here in Glasgow that will lead to a successful Africa COP in Egypt next year in the Great Egypt. My name, as has been noted, it's Ayan Adam. I am the CEO of Africa Finance Corporation's new asset management subsidiary called AFC Capital Partners. And AFC is a leading investment-grade infrastructure solutions provider that is charged with closing the last mile gap in powering Africa and also building critical infrastructure that is resilient to the impacts of climate change. In the next few minutes, I will highlight 3 points. I want to reinforce that we as Africans and as AFC, we welcome the Africa Green Finance Coalition, AGFC, and its importance. I also want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we're facing in the African continent. And then finally end with how AGFC will support in accelerating solutions that are core to Africa to mobilize some of the key announcements that were made here today. As I said, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome and to completely laud the launch of the Africa Green Finance Coalition. This is an important initiative in that it will support us working together to overcome the challenges that investors face in assessing a large pipeline of investable assets that are climate compatible in Africa. We as AFC welcome it. I believe others will too. For us, the Africa Green Finance Corporation is a new coalition that is charged with the mandate of supporting improvement in the legal and the regulatory frameworks that will support Africa to mobilize significant amount of resources. It is also going to build capacity so that we can bring impactful, climate-compatible projects to the market, and both African countries and African institutions, such as ours, AFC, have a chance of mobilizing significant capital, both from concessional resources, such as the Green Climate Fund, as well as from large institutional investors. This is critical because we at African institutions have the mandate and the chance to mobilize this capital to drive development, to create and mobilize finance that will drive significant development, create jobs, and contribute to meaningfully combat the impacts of climate change, both the causes, but as well as the impact. Allow me to touch upon a few realities that we face in Africa. As an African, East African woman living in West Africa, in Lagos, working on Pan-African mandate, we know firsthand and clearly the reality faced our precious continent due to the infrastructure deficit that is there. This really motivates me as an African to see these as both strong opportunities as well as have the energy to mitigate the challenges. In Africa, we face 2.3 billion worth of infrastructure gap. That is the current stock. That doesn't even include future population growth. And we hope that the announcements that we've heard today here in Glasgow will translate into projects that new funding for clean energy and the pledges that were made for protecting the forests and restoring degraded lands will reach Africa by Egypt COP27. These are encouraging signs, and we are willing and ready to support our precious continent, that which has contributed the least, but is overtaking a large burden due to the impacts of climate change. Africa presents a great opportunity, and there are many global and local investment-grade institutions on the ground that, like ourselves, Africa Finance Corporation, that are able to de-risk and structure very strong PPAs, that we have the track record that has offered investors competitive investment returns. Some will require blended finance, others are ready for investment today. Yes, there are significant challenges and risks, both real and many perceived, in investing in Africa. Yet Africa has the second lowest default rates in the project finance arena, just next to the Middle East. That means that the risk perceptions, some of it is perceived because we do have stronger PPAs where governments are backing them so that investors have the right investment return profile. I want to end and emphasize that as an African professional on the ground, I want to loudly welcome the creation of the Africa Green Finance Coalition, as was noted by Ambassador Seni and Cabinet Secretary Mr. Yatani. For us at AFC, this partnership is already supporting us in a recently launched Pan-Africa-wide AFC Capital Infrastructure Climate Resilient Fund, which is aimed at removing barriers in mainstreaming climate resilient investments while helping us crowd out large institutional investors. I want to thank the presidency and also thank all the people behind that have organized this intervention. Thank you very much.
We thank Saini Nafo, Okor Yatani, and Diane Zainab Adam for their important interventions on the theme of financing the transition in Africa. This concludes this morning's session, and we look forward to welcoming you back at 1500.
So before we start the high-level segment, I would like to welcome some leading non-state actor voices on stage to showcase the actions already underway in the real economy to accelerate climate action and build the needed resilience. Therefore, I would like now to welcome Elizabeth Ndadala, immediate past president and board member of the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization and president of Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, also member of the advisory committee of the United Nations Food Systems Summit. Also Victoria Tauli Corpus, executive director of Tepteba and former United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And Mr. Paul Polman, fellow chair and founder of Imagine. Please join me to stage to the theme of nature's place in the race to zero emissions.
Thank you, Gonzalo Munoz, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I stand here as a proud farmer. I have passion for my land. I love my work and the communities it supports. I'm happy that my work gives you life every day. But I'm not just one farmer. As already introduced, I'm the president of Eastern Africa Farmers Federation and the board member representing women at the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization. So I carry the message of over 80 million smallholder farmers. We feed over 800 million people. We give you the food to live well, but often we can't live well ourselves. Our livelihoods are at the mercy of next season's yield. Our livelihoods are at the mercy of climate change. Too many of us go hungry every day. The suicide rate in farming is higher than any other sector, and it's rising every day. The global food system is heading towards collapse, if it's not yet collapsed. Agriculture occupies 40% of Earth's land surface. 25% of the land is degraded. Our soil is dying. It drives 25% of global emissions and 80% of the biodiversity crisis, affecting 3.2 billion people. And these are people who live in rural communities, and especially the smallholder farmers in developing countries. 3 billion people cannot afford to eat a healthy diet. The current market forces and subsidies trap farmers in business models that harm our land, our planet, our health, and our future. We must reverse this destruction before it's too late. And we can, by listening to farmers. We understand how to farm in a way that respects nature and that nurtures land as a carbon sink. We've been doing it for years, but we need your help to do this at scale. We need a seat at the table. It is farmers that can build food systems that our children and grandchildren will thank us for. And Region 10 will provide us with that seat. This is why I'm grateful for this opportunity to address you today, because the world's farmers stand ready to act. In Region 10, we are stepping up to scale a regenerative global food system in a decade, and we need you to reciprocate. Together, we can ensure that by 2030, that over half of the world's food is produced in a way that delivers good food for our people, for nature, and for our planet. But we can only do this if we fairly reward farmers for doing what we do best and doing what we love, stewarding the land, so that we all benefit. My message to you is simple. We stand ready to play our part in fighting climate change, in reversing nature loss, and providing affordable health and good food for all. but we need you to act with us. And there is no time to waste. The time is now. I would now like to welcome to stage Victoria Tawili Kopuz, Executive Director of Tebteba and former United Nations Special Rapporteur on the rights of indigenous people, to reinforce my voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth Madala, for your introduction. I am here to speak for the interests of 500 million indigenous peoples in over 90 countries, the unsung heroes that protect 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity. Where we still have forests and wetlands, it is because we protect this even when we are at the risk of being killed or criminalized. These places not only keep carbon on the ground, they help us remove it from the atmosphere. Protecting the rights of indigenous peoples is fundamental to our ability to mitigate and adapt to climate change and reverse nature laws. Industrial agriculture is encroaching into many of our territories, driving us from our lands, destroying our ways of life, and devastating forests and destroying the planet's biodiversity. 5 million hectares of forests are destroyed to grow commodities every single year, and 40 times more financial incentives are available for deforestation than to keep forests standing. It doesn't have to be this way. There is so much we can learn from indigenous peoples. Today's so-called superfoods such as quinoa, sweet potatoes, among others, are all indigenous varieties. We know how to grow food in ways that preserves the planet's natural capital. We've been doing it for millennia with practices such as terra preta in Brazil or Mexican chinampa systems that capture carbon, prevent flooding, and produce varied food all year round. We call it things like sumak kausay, good life in Quechua. Now you call it regeneration. They mean the same thing, working with nature, not against it. Though through Region 10, we can drive an agricultural transformation that respects the rights of indigenous peoples everywhere, a transformation that is inclusive, that leaves no one behind. My message is simple. Indigenous peoples stand ready to act. Our cultures, our ancestral knowledge and practices can play a vital role in building food systems that will protect and regenerate the natural world. We need you to act with us. I would now like to welcome Paul Polman, the co-chair of FOLU and founder of Imagine, to the stage.
Well, thank you, Victoria. You've heard from farmers. You've heard from indigenous people. Desperate calls to some extent, and rightfully so. If you landed from Mars and saw the way that we produce food, you would not think that we have the right to call ourselves the most intelligent species. The way we produce food is ruining the planet, degrading the land, depleting scarce resources like water, becoming the biggest driver of climate change, undermining our health, and as you just heard, ruining livelihoods. We actually seem to like it, as we're subsidizing this destruction to the tune of $1 trillion a year. This is lunacy playing out at species level. Our food system is at the heart of achieving the SDGs. It simply isn't possible to keep 1.5 degrees alive if we don't halt and reverse nature loss, or we cannot deliver the global goals unless we act now to radically transform our food and land use systems. A regenerative food system holds the key to all of these three goals. It's the best, fastest, and cheapest solution we have to fight climate change and inequity. Well, the moral argument is clear, but so should be the economics. The difference between the cost of inaction and the cost of action to transform our food system could be as much as $25 trillion a year by 2050. And farmers already have the solution. Many of them have been doing this for years through regenerative and agroecological practices, driving better yield with lower inputs, building carbon-rich soils, more resilient crops, and yes, getting better income as a result as well. It works. Yet, less than 5% of our food system is produced this way. Scaling this to 50% by 2030 can be done for just $60 billion a year, less than 2% of the total investment required for the transition to net zero. And the benefits will be huge. When combined with strong action on deforestation and diets, it can cut up to 25% of global emissions, sequestering up to 7 gigatons per year of CO2, restoring degraded land, ensuring food security, and yes, halting and reversing nature loss by 2030. And we have a solution. It is called Regen 10, a bold collective action plan to scale the regenerative food systems worldwide in a decade. Our goal, very simple. By 2030, over half of the world's food to be produced in a way that delivers positive outcomes for people, nature, and climate. And what makes it so powerful is that it puts farmers at the center of this transition and brings together the stakeholders from across the system to empower and enable them. The alliance includes the farmer organizations, representing over 1 billion farmers worldwide, business organizations, representing 50% of global food production, and covering over 30% of the sector's emission. Together, we will drive the alignment and convergence of existing initiatives and deliver on the 3 critical areas: mobilizing and enabling the global farmer community, aligning on metrics, outcomes, definitions, and data, and developing transition pathways and proof points. The goals are simple. By 2030, have 50% of the world's food produced regeneratively for just $60 billion a year. 500 million farmers paid fairly for farming regeneratively. And yes, 60 billion per year deployed to finance this transition. In the next 6 months, we will align a first wave of interventions to be delivered before the next COP in Africa. But to do this, we also need your help. First, build food and farming into all country NDCs. Second, put in place the policies and subsidy reforms that reward farmers fairly for good land stewardship. And finally, create the market incentives, innovation and financing to help transform our value chains. As world leaders, you have a critical role to play. We all do, not just as politicians, business leaders, farmers, indigenous people, but above all, as human beings. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Head of State and Government, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I now open the joint 5th meeting of the COP26, the 5th meeting of the CMA 16, and the 5th meeting of the CMA 3rd. As we continue the national statement, I would like to remind representatives of the actions in place to ensure effective time management, namely the 3-minute time limit for statement during this high-level segment. Please be reminded that statements should be as concise, as brief as possible, as full text of the official statement will be made on the UNFCCC website. Speaking slot for those who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of the statement will be scheduled to speak at the end of all statements of the same category. Allow me to also remind you of the COVID-19 protocols to ensure the health and safety of all participants. In accordance with the UNFCCC COP26 COVID-19 Code of Conduct, participants must wear face covering except when eating, drinking, sitting in office, meetings, sitting in to perform negotiation or are medically exempt. United Nations guidance and practice recommend face covering to be a surgical or FFP2. Delegates should wear face mask while seated where social distancing is not possible. As part of the hygiene measures to ensure a safe environment of all participants, statements will be delivered from alternate restrooms. Dear distinguished head of state and government, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Mrs. Maya Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my honor to present the national statement of Barbados at this COP26. Barbados sees its obligation to address climate crisis as securing the future for our citizens and also to secure our safety from the development of a severe crisis, while at the same time we will work with others globally to ensure that we can mitigate all of the worst effects of the climate crisis facing our country and our citizens. In fulfillment of our obligations, my country has submitted to UNFCCC one of the most ambitious and action-oriented 2021 NDC updates. We hope and believe we can secure the target of pathway of 1.5 degrees within the promise of the Paris Agreement. Domestically, we will become and hope to reduce all emissions economy-wide by 70% by 2030 and as close to zero by 2035. Barbados' NDC sets an economy-wide mitigation contribution, which is mirrored in our Roofs to Reefs program, which we see as our major adaptation program. It is a multi-sectoral program across water, waste, agriculture, energy, housing, and transport. And we see it as part of a strategic transformation to adapt in the event that the world does not meet 1.5 degrees. It can be used as well as a development model for all developing countries, and we are prepared to work with all persons to improve it and to perfect it because we do not believe that we are omniscient in these matters. Barbados is also meeting its obligation to its citizens and to the citizens of the world, and indeed to the planet on which we live. We call on all countries to act on their moral obligation and by their actions to stop condemning those of us who live between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn to the dystopian reality of the climate crisis. Disaster, refugee status, poverty, truncated development, compromised livelihoods, and most of all, regrettably, jeopardized lives. We have completed just recently the hosting of UNCTAD 15. Two key documents were settled, the Bridgetown Covenant and the Political Declaration, The Spirit of Speightstown. In them, much of our aspirations are captured. We now call on the wider international community, particularly those whose high emissions are the cause of the climate crisis, to do the following. One, to help us and them move, as we know, to green economies, to allow preferential access to grants and loans for small island developing states and those other countries on the front line of the climate crisis on the basis of their vulnerability and not on the basis of GDP per capita. We ask equally that there is an increased level of capital for adaptation and that we adhere to a 50-50 split with mitigation, which is absolutely urgent because those small island developing states need it to augment water resources, to convert our electricity and our transport sector, and to promote food and nutritional security if we are literally to survive the increase in temperature. We ask also that the world consider the adoption of a multidimensional vulnerability index that is reflective of the risk and vulnerability caused by the climate-induced whiteout risk and events that we face. We've been calling for this for over 3 decades and are yet to see it. But at the very least, if we don't get the index, we ask for criteria to include vulnerability. We also ask that there be a voluntary allocation of special drawing rights of the world's strongest economies in order to move forward to create a resilience and sustainability trust. My friends, the action is required now, not in the next decade. And in the words of Michael Jackson, it is up to us to heal the world and to make the world a better place. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has arrived, and it has arrived with a vengeance. Firestorms that rage through our forests, heat waves that kill our crops and vaporize our drinking water supplies, the floods in our villages, the 41 people who died in such floods in my country last July, the first Belgian citizens who fell victim to climate change. Other countries and other continents already paid a much higher price. But for us, that was something far away, something on TV. Not anymore. Climate change is hitting home also in Europe. The report by the International Panel on Climate Change makes for a very sobering read indeed. The increase in carbon dioxide concentration and the increase in global temperature are unprecedented. The report leaves us with one conclusion only. We need a rapid and large-scale reduction of CO2 emissions to bring the 1.5 degrees goal within reach. There is no time to lose. We are behind schedule and we need to pick up the pace. So we need to do more, and it needs to happen here in Glasgow. We simply cannot afford not to act. We simply cannot lean back and wait for the next flood, the next heat wave, the next forest fire to kill and destroy. That is why Belgium and the European Union are undertaking action. What is Belgium doing? We are investing to remain one of the world's leading producers of offshore wind energy. We will triple our offshore capacity by the end of the decade. That will cover the electricity needs of every single household in my country. We will build an energy island to connect our offshore sites, a giant socket linking renewable energy production around the North Sea. We have the clear ambition to become one of the most important hubs in clean hydrogen supply. To strengthen the resilience of the most fragile countries, we are increasing our contribution to international climate finance with 60%. And we will contribute with €200 million to the fight against deforestation. With the Green Deal, the European Union intends to be climate neutral by 2050 and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. Europe has a historic responsibility regarding climate change. That is why we take the lead. But we are not the only ones to shoulder that responsibility. The other major economies should urgently take equivalent action, join Europe's ambitions. They should not do so for their own benefits, because sustainability is not only a matter of saving lives, it is also about protecting livelihoods, about building a new economy, creating new jobs, reconnecting with green economic growth, leveraging the innovative strengths of our companies for a more sustainable future. Otherwise, we will not get back on track to what we agreed in Paris. Now, the world is full of talent to make that happen. There are plenty of bright minds who are working on the climate solutions as we speak, in our world-class universities, in our forward-looking companies. Young people working from the garage of their parents will come up with climate solutions we're not even aware of today. We need to help people and companies to make this transition. And we need to ensure that this new economy is inclusive as well, making sure that everyone is on board. The climate transition is not only something for rich people in rich countries, because then we will fail. So everyone needs to be part of the change. That sustainable technologies are affordable, that the energy bill goes down thanks to renewables, that women and men have the right skills for new green jobs. We can do this. Europe can do this. The world can do this. We either overcome the climate crisis together or we do not overcome it at all. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been plenty of time for long speeches and lofty ambitions. Now it is time for action, starting today. This is not just another perfunctory summit we routinely attend. We are here out of sheer necessity and urgency. It's all hands on deck now, to do the job for which we were elected or appointed, to keep our people safe from harm, the very first task of any government, whatever its constitutional or political setup, to make our societies prosper, to make our economies reconnect with growth that is sustainable. We can still reach the Paris objectives. We have the scientific analysis. We have the technological solutions at hand. We are raising the money we need. We have the talent that is coming up with innovative answers as we speak. This is a challenge where young women and men lead the way. Now, we need to muster political will. That's why we are here. The Glasgow conference is about political will. It is about the long-term perspective which requires action now. About making climate transition happen while no one is left behind, so that we come out stronger, more resilient. The world has come together here in Glasgow. Let us find that willpower and start to turn the tide. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Philippe Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I join in commending you for hosting this momentous convergence of world leaders to set the stage for the United Nations Climate Change Conference this year. As we grapple with the global pandemic, I believe our presence here is testimony to our recognition that we are at a critical juncture, a tipping point. This is the last decade, 2020 to 2030, the last chance to set the world on track to 1.5 degrees. The question is, will we rise to the challenge? Will our moral conscience prevail? Small island developing states, as my country, St. Lucia, whose special circumstances and needs were settled in Paris, are in the midst of a crisis for humanity. The UN Secretary General described the IPCC Working Group 1 report as a code red for humanity. Undeniably, certain changes such as sea level rise and ocean acidification are already locked in with dire consequences for SIDS and low-lying states. But we know that 1.5 degrees Celsius is still within our reach. To achieve it, we must act and act now. Countries must urgently bring forward the NDCs with 2030 targets consistent with 1.5-degree temperature goal, supported by credible net zero by 2050 long-term strategies. We must support wind, solar, and other renewable energy investments. The power to turn things around lies in our collective hands. We must be focused and resolute. We cannot waver on matters of human survival. In this regard, world leaders must deliver on the long-term climate finance goal that was promised, supporting not only mitigation, but also adaptation. We must also raise the profile of and mainstream loss and damage as a distinct pillar of climate action and support. It is high time that we complete the Paris Rulebook. When we bring to fruition that vital work, we can strengthen accountability and enable the highest possible ambition while ensuring transparency and environmental integrity. Colleagues, friends, we in the developing world are on the front lines, exposed. Our poor, vulnerable citizens have limited ability to respond to climate change effects, and so the quality of life is significantly diminished. As responsible leaders, can we in good conscience sacrifice humanity for industry? Will we continue to ignore the science, to gamble with the future of our youth, women, private sector and NGOs? What are the prospects for countries like Taiwan, yet to be recognized, but also confronting climate change while supporting SIDS? The young people who will inherit this planet are watching. We cannot fail them. Let us not be that generation of leaders who had the last chance to set the world on track, but choose not to put people first. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Royal Highness, Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Bahrain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For millennia, technological and economic development moved at a steady pace. That is, until the advent of the Industrial Revolution, which set in motion profound changes for mankind, ushering in an era of change made on a previously unimaginable scale. The vast majority of humans alive in the 19th century experienced extreme poverty. Today, the figure stands at less than 10%. 200 years ago, half of children born died before the age of 5. Now less than 4% suffer this fate. Our progress also led to the rise of a global order characterized by economic interdependence, which in turn brought stability to many regions of the world. Sadly, these feats, however impressive, came at a price for our planet, and our collective duty is to ensure that they do not cost us the Earth. In doing so, we must harness our productive potential with the same drive that greeted the dawn of the industrial age, marshalling the might and innovation and human ingenuity to propel a greener and more prosperous world. Emissions reductions through investment in renewable energy is certainly a central feature of this approach. But even as we increase renewable energy's share of global demand, carbon will remain a fixture of the global energy mix for many years to come. This means that billions of tons of carbon will need to be removed and sequestered each year if we are to arrive at net zero and limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. While the Kingdom of Bahrain is responsible for just 0.07% of global emissions, we recognize, not least as an island nation, that climate change is a global challenge that requires global solutions. Developing the kinds of technologies necessary to meaningfully address the climate crisis requires us to both act in concert, but also to lead by example. Today, I am pleased to announce that Bahrain is committed to reaching net zero by 2060 and has set a range of ambitious interim goals to ensure that we proceed without delay. By 2035, we will reduce emissions by 30% through decarbonization and efficiency initiatives and double our deployment of renewables from the targets we set at COP21. Our 2035 targets also include carbon removal solutions by quadrupling mangrove coverage, doubling tree coverage in Bahrain, and directly investing in carbon capture technologies, which we believe is essential. Forums like COP26 and the recently concluding Middle East Green Initiative serve as vital reminders of our shared interests and common future. We must take advantage of these opportunities to deliver upon the promises we make and have made, identifying multilateral solutions that vitally are accessible to all. A future net zero economy capable of propelling humanity to new heights depends entirely on the ability of people to participate in it, both as producers and as consumers. We must therefore ensure that our work to curb emissions moves in lockstep with our work to improve livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Najib Makati, Prime Minister of Lebanon. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable leaders. It is with great urgency that I'm addressing you today, as the world is experiencing increased impacts from climate change. The track at which climate action is moving is simply unbalanced to the climate impacts to come, which is why it is crucial to act on all fronts as per Article 3 of the Convention and Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, while ensuring the delivery of the necessary means of implementation and support for developing countries to effectively participate in the race against climate change. I am also addressing you today as Lebanon is facing many challenges, including social, economic, banking, financial, and monetary crisis, coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic, the August 4 port explosion, and the impact of Syrian refugees. Adverse climate impacts will add an additional layer of challenges and set back any improvement in Lebanese socio-economic status. Temperatures will increase, leading to long periods of drought and substantial reduction of snow cover. Sea levels will gradually rise, expected to cause massive damage to coastal infrastructure and associated economic losses. National studies estimate losses of approximately $1.4 billion by 2040 associated with the rising sea levels. Another report by UNDP points out that the total cost of climate change on the Lebanese economy is estimated to be $16 billion by 2040. Distinguished participants and colleagues, Lebanon has responded to the global call for ambition and believes in fighting the climate crisis through adopting a pathway toward sustainable development. Lebanon crisis have put us in a position of choice pertaining to the way we will recover. The key concepts which should be at the core of this recovery are sustainability and resilience. And it just so happens that these concepts are embedded in climate action and consequently Lebanon's updated nationally determined contribution. Lebanon has enhanced the ambition of its NDC by increasing its unconditional renewable energy target by 15 to 18% by year 2030, which will lead to at least an additional 25% emission reduction compared to Lebanon's 2015 NDC. Lebanon's update NDC is an important milestone for ambitious climate action in the country, which clear implications for the implementation of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, particularly in relation to green economic growth, affordable and clean energy, food security, improved air quality, and gender equality. In this sense, these climate pledges, priorities, and organizers constitute a critical roadmap for implementation and support. We are increasing our readiness to absorb that support, to accelerate the NDC implementation, as well as mainstream the concept of green economy. We call on all international partners to positively engage with its dedicated facility to secure a greener transition in Lebanon. Lebanon will also submit a 2050 long-term strategy for low-emission and resilient development strategies, which prioritize as a green and circular economy, a decoupling of economic growth and greenhouse gas emissions. This strategy also aims to explore how Lebanon can achieve a net zero emissions economy. Lebanon is at the forefront of countries seeking to achieve human and environmental sustainability and a supportive partner for regional and international efforts to combat climate change. Our national vision believes that the future of humanity lies in green solutions, wise management of environmental assets, and the importance of coordination between national, regional, and international green initiatives. Lebanon's beautiful nature is our most important asset, and we will act to protect and preserve our green Lebanon. Therefore, Lebanon highly appreciates the effort of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the set of initiatives it has put forward to protect the environment and tackle the climate change challenges. Its keenness to launch the Green Middle East Initiative, which will benefit all the Middle East region. Lebanon is ready to cooperate and positively engage for such initiatives and stand ready to play a regional role, potentially becoming a hub in sharing its experience among the regional partners. We are encouraged to see that we are not alone in tackling the climate change challenges. Inclusive and sustainable green recovery will put the world on a path to reach climate neutrality by 2050, and with it a wealth of solutions to poverty, inequality, and pollution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, more than 40 years ago, in 1979, experts from around the world met in Geneva at the first World Climate Conference. In that conference, climate change was recognized as a serious threat. In 1990, the IPCC published its first assessment report that highlighted the global consequences of climate change. For decades, science has been sounding the alarm bell. During these decades, we have gained more knowledge. We know the risks. A lot has been done. The Paris Agreement was a historic milestone, and after that, many countries have set new climate goals. Finland belongs to the most ambitious one. We aim to be carbon neutral by 2035. But we have reached a point where we need to move beyond goals and pledges. Change may seem inconceivable, but only until we act. Combating climate change is one of our weightiest human responsibilities. Ensuring adequate climate finance is crucial. Finland is doing its part by almost doubling its climate finance to developing countries. By co-chairing the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, we also encourage the integration of climate action into national budgeting. Many truly impactful measures lie in this domain. As an Arctic country, Finland is particularly concerned about the fast-warming Arctic region. Everyone else should be concerned too. If we lose the Arctic, we lose the globe. In the Arctic, reducing black carbon and methane emissions is essential. No emission reduction measures will be enough if we don't take care of our carbon sinks. As the most forested country in Europe, Finland places great importance to sustainable use of forests. Every year, 150 million trees are planted in Finland. Globally, we need to strengthen efforts to halt forest loss. Ladies and gentlemen, the original title of the 1979 World Climate Conference was a conference of experts on climate and mankind. Already more than 40 years ago, we knew that climate change is the result of the actions of mankind, and that it can determine the future of mankind. Now it is the time to deliver on our pledges and shoulder our human responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Cleopas Dlamini, Prime Minister of Eswatini. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, it is with great honor that I present this statement to this august gathering on behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III and Ingwenyama and the Eswatini nation. Allow me, Mr. President, to congratulate the government of the United Kingdom for the excellent task of ensuring that we gather physically and in a safe manner here in this beautiful city of Glasgow. Eswatini believes that you and the Secretary and the Secretariat brave such odds to present the sense of urgency on the need to accelerate our commitment to the Paris Agreement. The latest IPCC report shows that 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming is likely to occur, and Eswatini and the entire Southern African region is warming at twice the global rate. We are already experiencing extreme weather events, which include heat waves, floods, and droughts, resulting in huge economic losses. We are still reeling from the effects of El Nino drought scourge, as well as the recent cyclone Ilos, worsening the level of vulnerability for the people of Eswatini. Our recovery is already compromised in light of the prevalence of COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, warnings are clear that such occurrences are yet to increase in frequency and in intensity. This should be, to all of us, a clear call for raising ambition and fast-tracking climate action. Developing countries, including African nations, are ready to transform their economies to be low carbon and climate resilience. However, without the much needed adequate, predictable, and accessible financial support, this remains an impossible task. We therefore emphasize the importance of the delivery of support for developing countries, especially through the fulfillment of the developed country commitment of jointly mobilizing $100 billion per year by 2020. The urgency of agreeing on a post-2025 finance regime that is in line with adaptation gap report cannot be overemphasized. Mr. President, Eswatini fully supports the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement, despite contributing as little as 0.007% of the global emissions. We have submitted an enhanced and ambitious NDC focusing on all sectors. We look forward to a global pathway towards the net zero emission in order to keep within the targeted 1.5 degrees Celsius objective. In so doing, we plead that we keep to all the universal values, in particular the UN Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 principle of leaving no one behind, and include the Republic of China, Taiwan in these matters. We pledge our support to you, and my delegation is committed to participating in all deliberations to ensure a successful outcome of this conference, including the completion of the rules governing the implementation of the Paris Agreement. I thank you, Mr. President. May God Almighty bless us all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Michael Martin, Prime Minister of Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President, Excellencies, this is an important meeting for all of the world's people. We come here as leaders, and it is vital that we offer the leadership the world now urgently needs. Climate change is real. We are seeing its serious impacts already. The IPCC report in August confirmed to us that it is widespread, it is rapid, and it is intensifying. The scale of this change is unprecedented. But as the report made clear, it is not too late. Human actions still have the potential to determine the future course of climate, the very future of our planet. To achieve our Paris goals, immediate, large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions are essential. Unless we act now, we will not keep the possibility of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees alive. The scientists are playing their part in helping us to understand the dynamics of climate change and in developing the technologies and responses we need to limit its effect. As political leaders, it is our responsibility to put the necessary policies in place. Ireland is ready to play its part. We have enacted legislation to put a legally binding target of reducing our emissions by 2030 to 51% below 2018 levels. We will reach climate neutrality by 2050. We are working closely with our European Union partners in the green transition that will make Europe the first climate-neutral continent. We're implementing a statutory system of carbon budgeting and emissions ceilings for each sector of our economy. We are working at the United Nations Security Council to put the destabilizing impacts of climate change firmly on the agenda. We do not believe or accept, as some would have it, that it is too late, that the transition will be too costly, that it is inevitable, that we will leave people behind, that someone else should shoulder the load. We believe in the immense capacity of humans to work together and to achieve great things. If we act decisively now, we will offer humanity the most valuable prize of all, a livable planet. We can achieve a cooler world, a biodiverse world, a world with healthier air for us to breathe, healthier soil for things to grow in, a world in which people can live more sustainable lives, handing a healing and enriched planet to future generations. We can create a world in which human impact on all parts of our ecosphere, the land, the sea, the air, is brought back into balance. Those of us in the developed world, those who have frankly contributed most to the problems that confront us, all have an obligation to support those who are most acutely challenged by their consequences. Ireland accepts that obligation, and in support of achieving the 100 billion target, I'm therefore pleased to announce today that Ireland will more than double its contribution to developing countries so that we are delivering at least 225 million a year by 2025. As leaders, if we are to bring people with us on this journey of a lifetime, we must also recognise and respect the real anxiety that many people feel when confronted by such an enormous challenge. Our young people worry that there will be no worthwhile future for them to inherit. Workers worry that their jobs will disappear, leaving them without a livelihood. Consumers already feeling the impact of energy price rises feel that the transition would be too costly for them to bear. In response, I say I will do everything in my power, working with all of the leaders here today to make sure that that is not so, to ensure that we will succeed in limiting emissions, to ensure that the transition we deliver is jobs-rich and economically sustainable, to ensure that there is real climate justice and nobody in any part of the world is left behind. The IPCC report makes it clear that every tonne of carbon warms the world. Every second of delay makes our task that bit bigger. Let us leave Glasgow with a renewed commitment to doing what we know needs to be done. Let us move forward together now. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Mr. President, climate challenge is the greatest challenge of our lifetime and this century. Even with the most decisive action now, it will still irrevocably worsen lives of generations to come. Resolute and urgent action now can, however, significantly reduce this decline. As leaders, not only as concerned individuals, it is upon us to enact and implement policies, choices to do so. At a minimum, we must achieve the goals of the climate agreements we have already concluded and act more vigorously in their fulfillment. This is key to narrow the ever-increasing gap in areas where we are already off track. We must also be more ambitious. This is a necessity, achievable only if we act together. Joint action is possible only with the engagement of businesses and industries, valuable contribution of the civil society, and the overall support of our citizens. Their proper understanding of effects of climate change through raising awareness and education is crucial for winning this battle. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia takes nature protection seriously. We have the 4th lowest carbon footprint per capita in the European Union. Croatia's forestry has centuries-long tradition of sustainable management. With 93% of certified forests, our CO2 absorption rate per capita is twice the EU average. Our Plitvice Lakes National Park are in the top 5 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, ranked by the size of the net carbon sink. Altogether, 38% of our land is under protection, with 2 strict reserves, 8 national parks and 12 nature parks. We are a country blessed with immense biodiversity. To show our continued dedication, I wish to lay out a few of our commitments. Croatia will participate with, for us, highly aspiring 45% in the EU's ambitious goal of 55% reduction in CO2 emissions by 2030. Our coal phase-out year is 2033, but we will push to do it even earlier. With its 2030 target for renewables amounting to just above 39% in final consumption, Croatia surpasses Europe's goal of 32%. We aim to have more than 65% of renewables and 100% low carbon in final production. Croatia sees clean mobility and innovative technologies as an opportunity, all the more so that one of the world's leading companies for the development of e-mobility and self-driving vehicles, Rimac Automobili, comes from Croatia. As a country of 1,000 islands, Croatia intends to contribute to the global goal of ocean protection by having 30% of sea within national jurisdiction under protection. As a highly popular tourist destination, Croatia intends to compensate the impact of tourists on CO2 emissions by planting more than 1 million additional trees annually by 2030. We are enhancing resilience and increasing our aerial firefighting capabilities by establishing a regional center in Zadar, Dalmatia. Its active capabilities will be to benefit of the Mediterranean climatological hotspot, in the vein of what we provided this summer to fight fires in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Greece and Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, we must all bear our share of responsibility. Fighting climate change requires challenging adaptation and enormous efforts by economies and societies worldwide. The cost of not doing so will be immeasurably greater. We can act willingly or end up being forced to act. Any delay will make the process infinitely more painful. Let us work together to attain our common objectives through the United Nations framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Highness Sheikh Sabah Khaled Al Hamad Al Sabah, Prime Minister of Kuwait. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. معالي السيد بوريس جونسون رئيس وزراء المملكة المتحدة، معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني في البداية أن أنقل لكم تحيات سيدي حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ نواف الأحمد الجابر الصباح أمير دولة الكويت حفظه الله ورعاه، وتمنياته لكم بالتوفيق والنجاح في مؤتمر الأطراف السادس والعشرين. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، إن ظاهرة تغير المناخ تعد إحدى التحديات الخطيرة التي باتت تواجه المجتمع الدولي في عصرنا هذا، وأصبحت مكافحتها أولوية لكل دول العالم، انطلاقاً من شعورها بالمسؤولية الجماعية، حيث أضحت أبعادها السلبية تشكل تهديداً ليس للبيئة فقط، إنما لكافة مناحي الحياة الأخرى، منها السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية، مما يتطلب منا جميعاً تضافر الجهود لمواجهتها والحد من آثارها والعمل سوياً من أجل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وأهداف اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية لتغير المناخ وتنفيذ اتفاق باريس. إن دولة الكويت وامتثالاً منها لبنود اتفاق باريس للمناخ قامت بتحديث وثيقة مساهماتها المحددة وطنياً في 12 من أكتوبر 2021، حيث تساهم دولة الكويت بحزمة من المشاريع التنموية مبنية على رؤية من شأنها تجنب ازدياد غازات الدفيئة بما يعادل 7.4% من إجمالي انبعاثاتها حتى عام 2035. حيث تم إقرار خطط وبرامج التنمية المستدامة على المستوى الوطني من أجل الانتقال إلى نظام اقتصادي منخفض الانبعاثات من الكربون المكافئ بناء على توقعات انبعاثاتها المستقبلية في أنماط العمل المعتادة للفترة ما بين 2015 إلى 2035، حيث تولي دولة الكويت اهتماماً كبيراً بتنويع مصادر إنتاج الطاقة في البلاد من خلال إدخال الطاقات المتجددة واستبدال الوقود الأحفوري بالغاز المسال لضمان استدامة إمدادات الطاقة للأجيال القادمة. وقد قطعنا شوطاً كبيراً وبشكل طوعي ومدروس وبحسب الإمكانات المتاحة لنا لإعادة تأهيل منشآتنا النفطية والصناعية والتوجه إلى مصافي تكرير النفط الحديثة لإنتاج الوقود البيئي النظيف. السيدات والسادة، تسعى دولة الكويت لتبني استراتيجية وطنية خفيضة الكربون حتى عام 2050 مبنية على مبادئ الاقتصاد الدائري للكربون والعمل على تعزيز الحد والتخلص وإعادة الاستخدام وإعادة تدوير غازات الدفيئة، بالإضافة إلى سن التشريعات والقوانين ذات العلاقة بالحد من الانبعاثات والتكيف مع آثارها السلبية على المستوى الوطني، وذلك تمشياً مع الالتزامات البيئية المحلية والإقليمية والدولية. كما أولت الدولة اهتماماً كبيراً بزيادة المحميات الطبيعية لتصل إلى ما يزيد عن 15% من إجمالي مساحة الدولة، بالإضافة إلى زراعة نباتات المانجروف في السواحل والجزر الشمالية من دولة الكويت بهدف حجز وتخزين الكربون. إن دولة الكويت شاركت بفعالية في برنامج آلية التنمية النظيفة ضمن بروتوكول كيوتو، ونتطلع للمشاركة في آليات المادة السادسة ضمن اتفاق باريس للمناخ المتعلقة بالآليات السوقية وغير السوقية والتعاون المشترك لتعزيز التنمية المستدامة والسلامة البيئية، والتي نأمل إقرار مبادئها التوجيهية في هذا المؤتمر، على أن تكون المنهجيات والمبادئ التوجيهية متماشية مع متطلبات الدول النامية وتساهم في تنفيذ مساهماتها الوطنية المستقبلية بما يحقق أهدافها للتنمية المستدامة. إن لدولة الكويت إسهامات مميزة إقليمياً ودولياً للحفاظ على البيئة والموارد الطبيعية في العالم، فقد قام الصندوق الكويتي للتنمية الاقتصادية العربية بتخفيف التداعيات البيئية الناجمة عن انحسار بحر آرال الواقع في آسيا الوسطى وبحيرة كورلي في جمهورية غانا، والحد من الإشعاعات الناجمة عن انفجار مفاعل تشيرنوبل والتي امتدت آثارها إلى جميع مناطق العالم ومنها دولة الكويت. ومؤخراً ساهم صندوق التنمية الكويتي من بين الجهود الإقليمية والدولية لتنفيذ مشروع للحد من ظاهرة الغبار والعواصف الرملية والأتربة العابرة للحدود بين دولة الكويت وجمهورية العراق، بهدف تخفيض ما يقارب 40% من فرص حدوثها، الأمر الذي تعاني منه دول الإقليم كافة ومنها دولة الكويت. شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kosi Anatano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here at the beginning of COP26 a COP marked by clear evidence of the increasing dire impacts of climate change and a pandemic that has demonstrated the interconnected nature of our global community. What we do at home reverberates around the world, reminding us of our shared responsibility to address climate change. Tuvalu wishes to reaffirm the urgency of the climate change crisis facing Pacific states, despite our negligible contribution to global emissions. We urge world leaders to similarly affirm the critical urgency of the climate crisis. This is the single greatest threat to Pacific livelihoods. Mr. President, we must conclude negotiations on the Paris Rulebook and safeguard the integrity of the Paris Agreement. We must urgently call on major emitters to take stronger climate action. However, we must also realize that these steps may not help countries like Tuvalu that are irreversibly affected by climate change. For Tuvalu, we must fast-track large-scale climate finance that are easy to access for bold, long-term, and permanent adaptation solutions. Mr. President, whatever our progress in combating climate change, there will likely be countries who cannot adapt, and we will see significant loss and damage, even at safer temperature levels. Given this, we must immediately develop new financing mechanisms and funding windows for loss and damage. We must preserve our statehood and sovereignty and develop legal mechanisms to recognize our maritime boundaries as permanent despite the impact of sea level rise. In the midst of COP26, we signed an agreement with the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda to establish a commission of small island states on climate change and international law. The commission is obliged to request advisory opinions from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on the legal responsibility of states for carbon emissions, marine pollution, and rising sea levels. We must support initiatives of this nature to develop and implement fair and just global and environmental norms and practices. For atoll nations, the ravages of sea level rise are now unalterable, and emission restrictions will no longer help us. For Tuvalu, we urgently require the means to build raised reclamation land to save ourselves. We must take bold, alternative actions today to secure tomorrow. Mr. President, even if all greenhouse gas emissions cease tomorrow, Tuvalu and other low-lying atoll nations are sinking. Right now, 40% of the central district of Tuvalu's capital, Funafuti, is already below sea level at highest tide measures. We acknowledge plans by countries, but for Tuvalu, our existence has already been threatened, and it is already too late for Tuvalu and SIDS. We cannot wait for 10 years or for another year. Enough has been said. We must take action now to save and secure our future. Before I leave COP26, I was honored to be given this scarf. Just yesterday, a gift from the Aboriginal women of Australia. It displays the color of global warming with the strong message to stay safe in the blue areas. And I wear it today for them and our people in Tuvalu. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Philip Davis, Prime Minister of Bahamas. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, this past summer at the Olympic Games, a young Bahamian woman and a young Bahamian man outran the competition to become gold medal winners in their 400-meter races. Our runners had the discipline and drive to work towards long-term goals. Our runners had the courage and determination to overcome every obstacle. And our runners had the ambition to believe, yes, they would succeed despite the odds. Colleagues, we must do the same to ensure that this gathering succeeds in a way that the prior 25 such meetings did not. We in the Bahamas will do what we can, but the limits of our nation's effort can accomplish are stark. We cannot outrun your carbon emissions. We cannot outrun the hurricanes, which are growing more powerful. And we cannot outrun rising sea levels as our islands disappear beneath the seas. Hurricane Dorian, that monster Category 5 hurricane, which devastated 2 of our main islands, feels like it descended upon us just yesterday. We still don't know exactly how many died, and some people still tremble at the first drop of rain. But every day, our yesterday is already becoming your todays, and fast becoming all of our tomorrows. But today we can still do something. As I said to the General Assembly of the United Nations in September, you will only be safe when we are all safe. We are out of time, colleagues. A recent study declared that the Bahamas had the cleanest air in the world. Other studies have shown that our distinctive, beautiful aquamarine seas are a magnificent carbon sink. Our seas reduce the amount of carbon in the atmosphere. The Bahamas is not now and never has been the problem, but yet we are forced to pay the price. We are among the top 10 most vulnerable islands, nation states in the world. And the question I have for my colleagues today is, are we brave enough for this moment? Are we braver than our predecessors who led our nations at the previous 25 climate change meetings? Can we summon the courage and ingenuity and determination to succeed where they did not? Promises and agreements are easy. Action, specific concrete policy changes, is a lot harder. Action requires courage. Every leader before us has postponed until tomorrow what needed to happen yesterday. And now tomorrow is here today, and countries like mine are out of time. Your support by financing and technology transfer are needed urgently so we can rebuild for resilience. Without change, if we are lucky, we will become refugees. Without change, if we are unlucky, then we will be left to the mercy of future Hurricane Dorians. More of my people will die. More will be left traumatized and homeless. People will be forced to flee, but flee to where? These are my neighbors, my family, and friends. My plea is both urgent and deeply personal, and I make it on behalf of all humanity. My friends, look outside. Our hurricanes are your fires and floods. Our hurricanes are your landslides and drought. Morally and ethically, it has to be beyond imagination and conscience that we do so little until it becomes too late. Please, do what is needed, not what you can get away with. Turn promises and agreements into action. Don't hide behind buzzwords and hazy assurances. Don't let the failures of the past limit our ambition for the present. Have the courage to acknowledge that failure today will lead directly to destruction for humanity tomorrow. Like Bahamian gold medal winners, today we still have the chance to win the race against time and outrun the impact of climate change. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Carlos Agostinho do Rosario, Prime Minister of Mozambique. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Senhor Presidente da COP26, Excelências, é com elevada honra que, em nome de Sua Excelência Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, Presidente de Moçambique, nos dirigimos à comunidade internacional neste debate da COP26. Reafirmamos o compromisso de Moçambique em trabalhar coletivamente na definição de ações concretas, eficazes e realistas que nos permitam abordar as mudanças climáticas de forma holística. Moçambique está na rota dos eventos climatéricos extremos que se registram de forma cíclica e cada vez mais frequente e com maior intensidade, tais como ciclones, cheias, inundações e secas. A título de exemplo, Moçambique foi afetado em 2019 e 2020 por 5 ciclones, sendo os ciclones de Idai e Kenneth os mais devastadores. Dada a frequência e intensidade com que os eventos climatéricos extremos se registram no nosso país, a nossa abordagem está centrada na prevenção, adaptação, mitigação, recentemente da população virada para o desenvolvimento, construção de infraestruturas resilientes, assim como gestão de recursos hídricos, conforme o plasmado na contribuição nacionalmente determinada NDC atualizada. Moçambique sozinho, tal como outros países em desenvolvimento, não conseguirá ter recursos necessários para financiar ações estruturantes para fazer face aos impactos das mudanças climatéricas. Por isso, apelamos à mobilização de mais recursos, à suavização de critérios de acesso aos mesmos e transferência de tecnologias. Excelências, constitui prioridade de Moçambique a implementação de um programa de transição energética assente numa matriz diversificada, com fontes mais limpas e amigas do ambiente, que estão em consonância com os programas de desenvolvimento do nosso país. Contudo, Moçambique defende uma transição energética para energias mais limpas e amigas do ambiente, que seja gradual, faseada, de modo a minimizar o impacto do processo de desenvolvimento do nosso país. É neste contexto que Moçambique se propõe utilizar o gás natural como energia de transição para fontes mais limpas. Excelências, Moçambique está determinada a continuar a envidar esforços para atingir, em 2030, níveis de 102% de contribuição de energias renováveis na matriz energética nacional no âmbito do alcance dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Contudo, reconhecemos que o alcance destes níveis é um grande desafio para Moçambique, porque pressupõe fontes de financiamento e tecnologias adequadas, devidamente asseguradas, para facilitar a massificação do uso das energias limpas. Por isso, convidamos a todos para se juntar aos esforços de Moçambique na mobilização de recursos e tecnologias necessários para a implementação de um programa de transição energética que inclui fontes mais limpas e amigas do ambiente, sem, contudo, comprometer o processo de desenvolvimento socioeconómico do nosso país. Excelências, Moçambique tem estado a apostar nas oportunidades no mercado voluntário de carbono para promover a gestão sustentável das florestas. Por isso, Moçambique apoia a declaração sobre florestas e o uso de terra. Excelências, Moçambique, ao candidatar-se a membro não permanente do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas para o período de 2023-2024, quer acrescentar a sua voz na agenda sobre mudanças climáticas. Moçambique apoia a candidatura do Egito para acolher o COP26, 27 em 2022. Termino convidado a todas as partes a assumirem o compromisso de proteger o sistema climático do mundo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Stefan Lanev, Prime Minister of Bulgaria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address the COP26 and allow me to use that opportunity to express my gratitude to Her Majesty government for organizing this event in extremely difficult times of global pandemic. Needless to say that the last IPCC report contains scientific evidence that the more frequent extreme weather events we are witnessing across the planet are a clear sign that the planetary warming is accelerating. It is already affecting our many aspects of lives, economies, and ecosystems. Our presence here today means that we realize how important it is to work together and that more credible actions are needed by all countries and by every one of us to limit
the temperature rising. In this context, Bulgaria is completely determined to fulfill its commitment to the Paris Agreement. Along with the other European Union member states, Bulgaria will work for reaching the goal of climate neutrality by 2050 and for the more ambitious goal of 55% of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, which is enshrined in EU legislation. At a national level, we have developed an entirely new set of measures in our Recovery and Resilience Plan. It will become a new roadmap for decarbonization of the Bulgarian industry and for reaching economical growth within a sustainable and preserved environment, which includes phasing out of coal use by 2038-2040. Our efforts are focused on the three main goals: accelerated further development of renewable energy sources and hydrogen, increase of the energy efficiency of the economy, and sustainable mobility. All the measures that will lead to the green transition are carried out in the economic reality of today, the reality of an unprecedented pandemic and rising energy prices. Our main concern is the risk of job losses and the energy security of our country, as we believe that only a performing and a vital economy can be transformed. Therefore, the national features should be taken into account for a fair and proportionate approach. Bulgaria supports the united efforts of governments, private sectors, academia, and other stakeholders in our common goal to fight climate change. No country alone is able to face the global threat to climate change, because we don't have the option of or luxury of failure. Let us join our effort to reach a new consensus among all countries on the necessary climate actions and goals to achieve global climate neutrality by mid-century, as well as to agree on decisive short and medium-term policies based on the right balance between mitigation and adaptation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Robert Abela, Prime Minister of Malta. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests. Climate change is real, and it is happening now. And it is having devastating impacts. This means that we need to work quickly and effectively to mitigate these impacts. And as world leaders, we are here because we recognize that it's our responsibility to find and implement solutions. Ones that give our children hope for a better future, and the serenity of mind that we are committed to walk the talk with real global collaboration. We must believe that together we can make the difference for our children, our families, our peoples, and above all, for humanity and our planet. This is why COP26 is a turning point for mankind. This is it. To start with, we need to make the Paris Agreement work, ensuring it remains our uniting force to combat this reality, to foster a spirit of cooperation and solidarity that recognizes that the whole is much stronger and more impactful than the individual parts. We must also all be committed to play our part, for climate change knows no borders. Its implications are universal, but its impacts are local, and its consequences have a disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable. Fundamental principles must therefore be adhered to in our fight against climate change. Our commitment to convene here in Glasgow must be translated into active and, I dare say, passionate commitment to undertake meaningful and impactful actions. And as the world slowly recovers from the pandemic, the lessons we learned must not be ignored, and the slogan "Building Back Better" cannot just remain a rhetorical expression. We must effect real change and convincingly ensure a just transition that leaves no one behind in a compelling and tangible manner based on digitalization, talent, and a vision of how we measure national value and wealth. At the same time, we must reinforce our ambitions for collaboration and solidarity. The prosperity of one country should not translate into the isolation of another. The planet's new future should be based on the alignment of nations in their right for a better world, a world without disparity. If we aim for success in mitigating the ravages of climate change and building our resilience, we must also recognize the differentiated impact of climate change, especially upon the most vulnerable. The truth is that we all have a part to play in mitigating the climate impacts and addressing adaptational capacities. Malta will not be passive. Our commitment is to implement a low-carbon development strategy with ambitious 2030 targets that will lead us to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. For a small country of just over 300 square kilometers, with limited natural resources and very limited capacity for emissions reductions, these targets are very challenging. But Malta was the country that brought climate change to the attention of the United Nations General Assembly in 1988, and we want to live up to that legacy. Also, because we understand the threat that climate change poses to small island states that are increasingly being battered by climatic extremes, from rising sea levels to devastating storms, from drought to sudden precipitations, from import dependency to intermittent isolation caused by heavy storms. Small island states are currently in grave danger, and we all have a duty to ensure that no coastal state loses any of its rights due to climate change. This is why Malta is committed to offer its assistance to small island developing states. We share similar risks, we live common circumstances, and because sharing experiences and transferring knowledge are key components of climate action, we wish to share with small island developing states our experiences and our lessons learned for a fair and successful decarbonized economy. On a concluding note, transformation, infrastructure, and adaptation capabilities need financing. It must therefore be ensured that funds are channeled to where they are most needed. Recognizing that developing countries are facing major challenges, Malta is committing to immediately double its contribution to the Green Climate Fund as of now. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make one final appeal. Let's rise to the occasion. Together, we will defeat this global existential threat to give our children what they truly deserve, a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Edouard Nigrente, Prime Minister of Rwanda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates,
It is my great pleasure to represent His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, at COP26. I would like to express my appreciation to the United Kingdom for hosting this summit and to the government and people of Scotland for your warm hospitality. We are falling short of our duty to both people and the planet if we don't urgently address climate change. To cut temperatures to below 1.5 degrees, a 45% reduction of emission is required. This calls for immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Excellencies, in Rwanda, we have seen firsthand the impact of climate change. Floods, droughts, and landslides have damaged livelihoods and property and tragically cost too many lives. That is why Rwanda is committed to reducing emissions by 38% in the next decade and reach net zero by 2050. Rwanda looks forward to working with partner states and institutions to ensure our mitigation and adaptation plans can be effectively implemented and make impactful contribution to global efforts. I take this opportunity to thank every country that has ratified the Kigali amendment to the Montreal Protocol and encourage all remaining parties to do so. If implemented fully, the amendment could avoid to 0.4 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of the century. It is also time for us to come together to realize the potential of the Paris Agreement. Let us keep the 1.5 alive, scale up timely and ambitious actions, mobilize finance, and complete the Paris rulebook so that there are no more delays to climate actions. Rwanda pledges its full support for inclusive and transparent negotiations and for collaboration and dialogue between partners around the world. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. José Ulises de Pina Correia y Silva, Prime Minister of Cabo Verde. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Cabo Verde é um país africano e um pequeno Estado insular em desenvolvimento. Nesta dupla condição, nós somos um país com elevadas vulnerabilidades económicas e ambientais e forte exposição a choques externos. Convergente com a posição do Grupo Africano e da Oasis, defendemos cortes ambiciosos nas emissões para evitar o aumento da temperatura média global para nem de 1,5 graus centígrados até ao final do século. Políticas públicas e investimentos em empoderamento tecnológico para adaptação às alterações climáticas, transição justa e aumento da resiliência. Concretização do financiamento climático e criação de condições para sua execuibilidade e acesso. Consideração das vulnerabilidades e especificidades dos CIDs nos critérios de financiamento climático. Sr. Presidente, Cabo Verde assumiu compromissos e faz questão de cumpri-los. As nossas NDC estão atualizadas e aprovadas com compromisso de reduzir as emissões em 38% até 2030 e atingir a neutralidade carbónica em 2050. Partindo dos atuais 20%, pretendemos em 2030 ter mais de 50% de penetração de energias renováveis, acompanhado do aumento da eficiência energética. Cabo Verde foi o primeiro país africano a aderir à Aliança para a Descarbonização dos Transportes. Até 2030, devemos substituir 25% da nossa frota de veículos térmicos por veículos elétricos e atingir 100% em 2050. Para viabilizar a agricultura, estamos a investir forte na dessalinização da água salobre e do mar, de utilização segura de águas residuais tratadas, massificação da rega gota a gota associadas às energias renováveis. Estes são os esforços de um pequeno Estado insular que tem uma contribuição insignificante na carbonização da economia, mas que sofre fortemente os efeitos das alterações climáticas. Todos os CIDs sofrem do mesmo e estão fortemente ameaçados pelas alterações climáticas. Os desafios das mudanças climáticas exigem compromissos coletivos e ação. Exigem muito mais do grupo restrito de países do G20, que podem fazer diferença com eficácia. As Pope Francis said, it's time to act, and to act together. Por último, é preciso erradicar a pobreza extrema que afeta milhões de pessoas no mundo, porque ela não facilita a massificação de práticas e atitudes a favor do clima e a favor do ambiente. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure now to welcome His Eminence, Cardinal Pietro Paolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of reading an excerpt of the message of Pope Francis addressed to the President of this conference. We can achieve the goals set by the Paris Agreement only if we act in a coordinated and responsible way. Those goals are ambitious and they cannot longer be deferred. Today, it is up to you to take the necessary decisions. We are facing an epochal change that calls for commitment on the part of all, particularly those countries possessed of greater means. These countries need to take a leading role. For its part, the Holy See has adopted a strategy of net zero emissions operating on two levels. First, the commitment of Vatican City State to achieve this goal by 2050. And second, the commitment of the Holy See to promote education in integral ecology, to favor a cultural model of development and of sustainability centered on fraternity and on the covenant between human beings and the natural environment. Along these same lines, on 4 October last, I joined a number of religious leaders and scientists in signing a joint appeal in view of COP26. What clearly emerged was a remarkable convergence on the urgent need for a change of direction, a decisive resolve to pass from the throw-away culture prevalent in our society to a culture of care for our common home and its inhabitants now and in the future. Humanity possesses the wherewithal to effect this change. Special care must likewise be shown for the most vulnerable peoples, in whose regard there is a growing ecological debt related to commercial imbalances with environmental repercussions, and to the disproportionate use of the natural resources of one's own and of other countries. The ecological debt raises in some ways the issue of foreign debt, the burden of which often hinders the development of peoples. We can and must restart from a consideration, along with the setting in place of carefully negotiated procedures for forgiving foreign debt, linked to a more sustainable and just economic restructuring aimed at meeting the climate emergency. Sadly, we must acknowledge how far we remain from achieving the goals set for tackling climate change. This cannot continue. There is no time to waste. All too many of our brothers and sisters are suffering from this climate crisis. Now it is time to act urgently, courageously, and responsibly. I accompany you with my prayers as you take this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, friends, it is of course a pleasure to be Thank you, Your Eminence, for the message from the Holy Father. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, it's a pleasure to be with you today as we close now the World Leaders Summit. And over the past 2 days, leaders have been clear. This COP must deliver our shared goal of pursuing efforts to keep 1.5 degrees within reach, including through the negotiations. And we have made progress. The Paris Agreement is working. We are bending the emissions curve downwards. We are becoming more resilient to climate change. And we've heard some good announcements on mitigation, adaptation, and finance over the past 2 days. But positive though all this is, we know that it is not enough. Over these 2 days, we've heard that clearly from very many leaders. A chasm still remains between the words and the actions. And we've heard clearly about the stark reality that many face. Yesterday, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados told us, and I quote, 1.5 is what we need to survive. 2 degrees is a death sentence. And so we have less than a decade left to keep our shared goals, the goals of the Paris Agreement, within reach and limit the rise in global temperatures to well below 2 degrees, pursuing efforts to 1.5. And yesterday, His Excellency Carlos Alvarado Quesada of Costa Rica told us that he'd explained his departure to Glasgow to his very concerned 8-year-old. And he said to his son, I have to go because we need to fix this. And we all know that he's right. The events over the coming days will continue to drive action. But the fate of the Paris Agreement rests on whether or not we can agree how to accelerate progress to 2030. And so our negotiated outcome must launch a decade of ever-increasing ambition and action, or we will put our Paris goals in serious jeopardy. Over these 2 days, leaders have made clear why such an outcome is needed. And ministers expressed in principle support at the pre-COP in Milan and the London ministerial that I convened in July. And we've heard different proposals. But the time for proposals and agreement in principle has passed. Now is the time for decision, for consensus. So I ask all world leaders to make clear to your ministers and negotiators that you expect this COP to produce resolution. And please tell them to come with a currency of compromise to these negotiations. And tell them that in 2 weeks' time, when Glasgow is behind us, we will all want to be able to look our people in the eye and be able to say that we played our part in keeping 1.5 alive. And success depends on all of us, but particularly our leaders. A crisis of such gravity and urgency requires direction from the top. Let's be frank, the history books will not relay the names of the officials stuck in the negotiating rooms. They will tell of world leaders and the course that they set at this critical juncture. So it is up to you, to world leaders, to ensure that the power of your words on this stage translates into actions and decisions from your ministers and negotiators. The world is watching, and it's time to deliver. This brings us to the end of our national statements in this plenary for today. Distinguished heads of state and government, the opening of the second part of the high-level segment will be held on Tuesday, the 9th of November at 10 a.m. in this plenary. With that, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP and the CMA adjourned.
May I kindly ask you, delegate, to take a seat, please? I now declare open the 6th meeting of the Conference of the Party at its 26th session. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. At the opening plenary on Sunday, the COP president informed party that he would appoint senior members of his team to consult with parties on his behalf on the agenda items on matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. The COP presidency representative, Mr. Rob Moore and Mr. Sharon Disney, conducted consultations. During the past 2 days, intensive consultations were convened with parties. During the consultation, all parties demonstrated a strong desire to launch work. I thank parties for their constructive engagement and flexibility and for having contributed towards finding a way forward. I would now like to report back to parties on the outcome of these consultations and the understanding reached on the approach on the way forward. The Presidency proposed launching work by establishing a joint COP-CMA contact group on matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. The work of this contact group will first focus on the reports of the Standing Committee on Finance, ensuring sufficient time is allocated to consider the needs determination report and the biannual assessment. The Presidency will continue informal consultation on the review of functionings of the Standing Committee on Finance and will provide an update to the joint contact group following the consultation of those, the conclusion of those consultations. The outcome of these Presidency consultations will inform the contact group in determining its approach to the consideration on how to proceed with regard to the review. This way forward should not prejudge the views of party on the outcome of the contact group's work, in particular including the role of the CMA in the review of the Standing Committee of Finance. I now would like to invite the COP to consider sub-items 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I propose that Mr. Gard Lindseth from Norway and Mr. Richard Muyungi from Tanzania co-chair the contact group established in accordance with the approach I have just outlined. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Delegates, this brings us to the end of the 6th meeting of the COP. The meeting of the COP is now adjourned. I now declare the 6th meeting of the Conference of the Party serving as the meeting of the Party to the Paris Agreement in its 3rd session. The order in which the agenda items will be taken is posted on the screen. I now invite the CMA to consider sub-items 8A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. In accordance with the approach that I outlined in the 6th plenary meeting of the COP, I propose that sub-items 8A be undertaken in the contact group established for the COP agenda item 8B, co-chaired by Mr. Gard Lindseth from Norway and Mr. Richard Muyungi from Tanzania. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 13, report of the Committee to Facilitate Implementation and Promote Compliance referred to in Article 15, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement for 2020 and 2021. Party may wish to refer to document FCCC/PA/CMA 2020/1 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/6. I would like to thank the co-chair of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee, Mr. Asib Gohar of Pakistan and Mrs. Christina Voigt of Norway, for their leadership, and the members and alternate members of the committee for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this assignment to be co-chaired by Mrs. Kuzang from Bhutan and Mr. Harn Riedel from Germany. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. Election of the members and alternate members of the committee will be conducted during the closing CMA plenary. Delegates, this brings us to the end of the 6th meeting of the CMA. The meeting of the CMA is now adjourned.